Welcome to L&M Channel. This time we will make a new drama storyline entitled Love Next Door. The Korean drama Love Next Door is ready to present a fresh and entertaining love story. This 2024 drama will feature stunning chemistry between Bae Seok-Ryu, played by Jung So-Min, and Choi Seung-Hyo, played by Jung Hae-In. This drama promises a perfect blend of laughter, tears, and heart palpitations, typical of the romantic comedy genre. With the background of the elegant architectural world and unexpected twists of life. By revealing the story of two souls who are reunited by fate, after sharing a unique past, until it's a shame to miss. A group of mothers go hiking together. They brag about their body treatments. Among them, there are two women who show off their children. They are Seok-Ryu's mother and Seung-Hyo's mother. Seung-Hyo meets the president and gets an architecture award. And Seok-Ryu works at the most prestigious company in the world and graduated from a famous university in America. Seung-Hyo also helped design the New York Arts Center and won an International Architecture Award, while Seok-Ryu is the best employee at a global company filled with geniuses. Seok-Ryu's mother and Seung-Hyo can't seem to stop showing off their children's advantages. Until their friends memorize their stories and being annoyed. In the magazine award, there are friends who are looking for Seung-Hyo. But they can't find him, and soon it will be Seung-Hyo's turn to receive the award. When Seung-Hyo's name is called, he finally comes on time. And he receives the magazine design creative award.
atelier
Seok-Ryu's mother gives her daughter's wedding invitation to her friends. Even though her daughter will get married in the United States, she printed the invitation in Korea. And currently Seung-Hyo doesn't have a girlfriend because he is busy with work. But Seok-Ryu's mother feels that being busy is just an excuse because her daughter is also busy but can still date. And the wedding will be held in a month. But now Seok-Ryu is taking a flight and returning to Korea. Moim is surprised to see her friend already at the airport. She is so surprised that she doesn't take a shower and get dressed to meet Seok-Ryu. Moim is a paramedic who is always there for Seok-Ryu. Moim sees that Seok-Ryu is thin. Is she on a diet because of the wedding? And Seok-Ryu apparently didn't tell her mother that she was returning to Korea. At the after party, Seung-Hyo saw the famous actress Ro Yoon-seo. It turned out that they met briefly at the oblique launching ceremony. And when his friends wanted to greet her, Seung-Hyo didn't want to. Even though that woman was adored by every young man. But Seung-Hyo was more interested in other things than her and left the party. While Seok-Ryu and Moim were eating, a man came who ordered food at the stall. Seok-Ryu asked Moim to hide from the man. And it turned out that he was Seok-Ryu's younger brother. Of course, Moim was suspicious. Why Seok-Ryu was hiding from her younger brother? Was she hiding something? It turns out that all of her family did not know that Seok-Ryu would be coming home and she planned to make a surprise. Moim and Seok-Ryu brought balloons to decorate the house and surprise them. And Seok-Ryu asked Moim to accompany her all day, no matter what happened. But suddenly Moim got a call from her boss and left Seok-Ryu. Seok-Ryu stopped at a building that used to be a sauna. Her mother and Seung-Hyo's mother had invited them to bathe together in the sauna when they were little. Suddenly Seung-Hyo was behind her and Seok-Ryu released the balloon until it flew. They were both surprised at each other. Then Seung-Hyo asked Seok-Ryu to leave his area, and at that time she saw her mother and father coming. Then she hid behind a cardboard box and made Seung-Hyo confused. Seok-Ryu asked him to help her and not tell them that Seok-Ryu was there. His mother was happy to see Seung-Hyo there. When they saw the suitcase, they thought it was Seung-Hyo's suitcase. At first Seung-Hyo denied it, and because they wanted to take it to the police station, then Seung-Hyo said it was his. Seok-Ryu's mother was curious about the contents of the box, because Seung-Hyo always held it. Seung-Hyo said there was no way there was anyone in the box, and he kicked the box and made Seok-Ryu shocked. They all left and Seung-Hyo held the box so that Seok-Ryu couldn't get out. He was curious why Seok-Ryu avoided her father and mother. Seok-Ryu didn't answer and tore the box and success to get out. Suddenly Seok-Ryu wanted to go to the toilet and she entered Seung-Hyo's office. While inside, Seok-Ryu actually commented on Seung-Hyo's office and disturbed him. They teased each other and suddenly Seung-Hyo discussed Seok-Ryu's fiancé. It turned out that her mother was handing out wedding invitations for Seung-Hyo and wanted to buy a plane ticket for him. And he congratulated Seok-Ryu on her wedding. Suddenly, Seok-Ryu ran to Seung-Hyo's room and entered the room. When she saw the ceiling in the room, Seok-Ryu liked it. It turned out that it held the principle, the sky is round and the earth is square. But Seung-Hyo thought that Seok-Ryu didn't understand art and asked her to leave. When Seok-Ryu walked, her foot was hit by a rope, and at that time, Seung-Hyo held a cupboard that almost fell and Seung-Hyo's back was hit by something heavy. Seung-Hyo was in pain and Seok-Ryu checked his back. She saw bruises and also scars from when he was little. Seung-Hyo felt that his body was bruised and battered from all the trouble that Seok-Ryu caused. Seung-Hyo didn't expect an apology, he just asked her to leave. He didn't care at all about what Seok-Ryu did. He asked Seok-Ryu to solve her problems with her mother.
그냥 내려놔도 돼.
Moim got an emergency call and immediately rushed to the scene. She received a call that a man had fainted and was injured on the forehead. But the man didn't want to go to the hospital and asked Moim to leave. He was angry and Moim threatened to record the man. Of course the man was angry and broke a bottle. Then a civilian tried to help Moim because of the dangerous situation. Moim felt whether it was because she was a woman so the civilian helped her. But while running the civilian fell and injured his hand. Then Moim kicked the bottle that the man was holding, and the civilian just looked at her. Seok-Ryu felt Seung-Hyo was following her. But Seung-Hyo explained that because their houses were next to each other, so he just passed the same road. When she saw the helmet, Seok-Ryu planned to borrow the helmet to protect her head. Then she wore layers of clothes that were in his suitcase. Seung-Hyo felt Seok-Ryu was like a puffer fish. Then Seok-Ryu asked him to hit her body, because she wanted to check if it was safe for her. Suddenly Seok-Ryu invited Seung-Hyo to spend the night with her. Hearing that Seung-Hyo was shocked and thought she was crazy, Seok-Ryu admitted that she made a big problem. She went home just to tell her mother and face her, but now she can't meet her. Then Seok-Ryu said that she called off her engagement.
이모.
And at that time her mother was behind her and hearing Seok-Ryu's words. Seok-Ryu was a bit shocked and tried to act normal. She then admitted to her father and mother that she had cancelled the engagement and would not get married. Hearing that, her father was very shocked and felt like he was dreaming. Her mother felt that her daughter was crazy for cancelling the engagement a month before getting married. She tried to hit Seok-Ryu, but Seung-Hyo blocked her. Seok-Ryu still tried to defend herself. That there are 3 types of people who get married: stupid people, poor people and masochists. Getting married is like leaving a festival before it even starts. Her mother asked if her future son-in-law was having an affair. But Seok-Ryu said that it was not his fault. And her mother wondered if her daughter was having an affair? Seok-Ryu just kept quiet and they thought that Seok-Ryu was really having an affair. Her mother became very angry and hit Seok-Ryu. But Seok-Ryu hid behind Seung-Hyo and made him get hit by her mother. Her father asked his wife to calm down and listen to their daughter's explanation. There's no way she would do that without a reason. Then her mother tried to calm down and would listen to her daughter's words. But Seok-Ryu admitted that she quit her job and now unemployed. Hearing that, her father, mother and younger brother, who had just arrived, were shocked. When her mother hit Seung-Hyo, Seok-Ryu asked him to run. She explained that she saved Seung-Hyo from being beaten up. But actually, the one who made him beaten up was Seok-Ryu. And they ran while holding hands. Seok-Ryu threw Seung-Hyo's hand away because she was annoyed and tired. Seung-Hyo felt that she was the one who held it first, but instead threw his hand away. Seung-Hyo thought Seok-Ryu should exercise so she wouldn't be this tired. Then Seok-Ryu asked Seung-Hyo to stand near a tree and cover her body. She made Seung-Hyo as a changing room and she takes off her clothes one by one. It seems like Seok-Ryu doesn't consider Seung-Hyo as an adult man. Seok-Ryu thinks she should have looked at her mother's face more closely because she missed her. And Seung-Hyo thinks Seok-Ryu should have told the truth that she didn't have an affair. Seung-Hyo feels that Seok-Ryu is not doing well. Because she made two big decisions at once, only dolls are not affected by that. Seok-Ryu just feels that her life is too hot. While studying in Korea, suddenly she has to study in America and adapt there. Then, she works and gets engaged. Her life is always at full speed until it burdens her CPU. The screen goes dark and the buttons stop working. So there is no choice but to reset herself. That's the reason she quit her job and cancelled the engagement.
상해버리기 전에 돌아와야 했어.
While they were chatting, suddenly a couple asked for they to take a picture. After Seung-Hyo took the picture, the woman offered a photo to Seung-Hyo and Seok-Ryu, but they both answered no. The couple thought that it seemed like they had been dating for quite a while. And Seok-Ryu answered that he was just the son of her mother's friend. Then Seung-Hyo got a call from Seok-Ryu's brother. Her mother said she wouldn't hit Seok-Ryu anymore because she was out of energy. And Seung-Hyo asked Seok-Ryu to go home and finish it quietly. But Seok-Ryu was sure that her mother would break her promise and hit her again. Then Seung-Hyo offered to accompany Seok-Ryu. Because Seok liked him more than her own daughter. Seok-Ryu didn't feel ready to go into the house, but Seung-Hyo rang the doorbell and they went in together. Seung-Hyo thought her mother was crying and Seok-Ryu immediately approached her. She apologized and asked her mother to stop crying. But it turned out that her mother was holding a piece of wood with an angry face. Seeing that, Seok-Ryu tried to get out of the house, but was blocked by Seung-Hyo. He holding the door so that Seok-Ryu can't get out. Then Seok-Ryu asked her mother to listen to her. But her mother pulled her hand and Seung-Hyo left them. Because she's back, the place will be noisy again. During high school, Seok-Ryu invited Seung-Hyo to work part-time. Seung-Hyo felt that Seok-Ryu was being worked on because it turned out that the work was too hard. But Seok-Ryu felt that the work was useful because he could exercise while inhaling the aroma of meat. Seung-Hyo felt that his friend was crazy and also optimistic. Seung-Hyo couldn't stand it anymore and decided to end his part-time job. But Seok-Ryu persuaded him to stay and not let him go. After getting her salary, Seok-Hyo immediately went shopping. Seung-Hyo wondered why she never had savings, because she always spent her salary. It turned out that she bought a gold brooch for her mother. And her mother was very happy when she got the gift. In the morning at Seok-Ryu's family, Mrs. Misak prepares breakfast for her family. When Seok-Ryu joins the dining table, her mother doesn't give her a bowl. Her father thinks his daughter looks thin, at least give her something to eat. But her mother asked about what Seok-Ryu said last night. Her mother still doesn't believe that Seok-Ryu is cheating. Maybe her daughter likes to do strange things, but not something like that. Seok-Ryu explains that she is just bored because she has been working for the same company for too long. Then she thinks, will she get bored with her marriage too? So, she stopped both of them. Her mother was still holding back her emotions and asked about Seok-Ryu's plan. What Seok-Ryu would do, first of all, was to turn off the alarm and sleep as long as possible. She would also eat as much Korean food as possible and not do anything. She wanted to be a happy unemployed person. And Seok-Ryu was serious about what she said, so her mother didn't let her get any food. When her younger brother woke up shirtless, suddenly the doorbell rang. It turned out to be Seung-Hyo and Moim. When Moim entered, she immediately checked Seok-Ryu's health, because she was very worried. While Seung-Hyo brought pumpkin porridge for Aunt Misak. Then Mrs. Misak prepares a bowl for them. Seok-Ryu feels that her family is very generous. Their daughter is left hungry, but the guest is given food. And Moim, with attention, shares food with Seok-Ryu. Moim is still curious why Seok-Ryu cancelled the engagement and quit her job. It turns out that she was told by Seok-Ryu's mother to ask that. It really doesn't make sense, because an exemplary woman like her does something like that. No one lives as diligently as she does. Seok-Ryu has competitiveness, courage, drive, achievement, thoroughness and persistence. So why would someone like Seok-Ryu throw all that away and choose to go home? But Seok-Ryu still didn't answer and Moim left because she was late for work. Suddenly Seok-Ryu called Seung-Hyo to come closer. She asked Seung-Hyo to sit near her. But when Seung-Hyo approached, Seok-Ryu strangled him because he handed her over to her mother. Seung-Hyo felt like he couldn't breathe and called Aunt Misak. And his aunt came in and hit Seok-Ryu. She was very worried about Seung-Hyo than her own daughter. People would think that he was her son. Then her mother asked Seok-Ryu to bring rice cakes to Seung-Hyo's office. Of course, Seung-Hyo was happy because she had been cared for. Seok-Ryu came to Seung-Hyo's office with rice cakes. While Seok-Ryu was waiting for Seung-Hyo, she chatted with Myung-woo. Myung-woo was shocked when he found out that Seok-Ryu was a childhood friend who lived in the same complex as Seung-Hyo. He also invited Seok-Ryu to come to the office opening event. The female staff wanted to know the story when Seung-Hyo was still small. Then Seok-Ryu tells in the summer of 1995. She saw Seung-Hyo standing in front of her house and got to know him. He always hid behind his mother and made her think that she had to help the fragile child. Then, Seok-Ryu invited him to play creatively. She protected and kept him clean when he was a toddler. Seok-Ryu also created healthy food so that he could get the right nutrition. She influenced his social development in their peer group. Basically, Seok-Ryu raised Seung-Hyo. Seung-Hyo came and kicked Seok-Ryu out for spreading false rumors. He asked his co-workers not to believe Seok-Ryu's story. Seung-Hyo felt like she was the first crazy person he had ever met. He felt it from the beginning of their meeting. Seok-Ryu was very aggressive, and it burdened him. But Seok-Ryu never left him alone. Seok-Ryu disturbed his peaceful solitude. She also harassed him when Seung-Hyo urinated. She also gave him food that she didn't want. Seok-Ryu called him a greenhorn and kept telling him to watch while playing. And all his money turned into ice cream and chocolate and ended up in her mouth. Seok-Ryu felt like she was just helping him because he couldn't take off his pants. His co-workers felt like they were very close. They had never seen Seung-Hyo act like that. There was the story of a novel that drives her crazy, namely the story of childhood friends.
유명합니다.
When Seok-Ryu was cooking on the roof, Moim approached her. She called Seung-Hyo to come, but Seok-Ryu forbade her. Then Seung-Hyo came and joined them. Seok-Ryu felt that Seung-Hyo was ruining the atmosphere and told him to leave. Because Seung-Hyo didn't bring a drink, Moim went to buy a drink and left the two of them. Seok-Ryu thought that Seung-Hyo was too busy to come. Because when he was at the office earlier it seemed like there was a serious problem. Seok-Ryu guessed that Seung-Hyo had a problem. But seeing the burnt food, Seung-Hyo thought that Seok-Ryu had a problem. Seung-Hyo offered to cook, but Seok-Ryu forbade him, because it hurt her pride. Then Seung-Hyo asked how long Seok-Ryu would hide it because they would ask the reason. At least don't tell An-mi-sak for too long because she is Seok-Ryu's mother. Seok-Ryu felt that Seung-Hyo was being told by her mother to ask. Then she strangled Seung-Hyo's neck again until Seung-Hyo was in pain. It turned out that Seok-Ryu was fired from the company she worked for. Because she always worked alone and finished her work alone. They thought Seok-Ryu was arrogant and selfish and never relaxed. And when she was down, her fiancé couldn't be contacted, even though Seok-Ryu needed her the most at that time. She came to a party and saw her fiancé kissing another girl.
안 내리세요?
While on the road, Seok-Ryu saw a pomegranate tree and bought it. She gave the tree to Seung-Hyo as a gift for his office opening. Pomegranates symbolize abundance. Every time the leaves fall, his company will also wither. Seung-Hyo thought Seok-Ryu was cursing him and asked her to bring it tomorrow to the event. But Seok-Ryu said that she couldn't come to the event because she had an important appointment. The next day, her mother looked for the brooch that Seok-Ryu had given her before. Her mother wanted to wear it because her school friends would come and they were always dressed neatly. Then Seok-Ryu helped her mother find the brooch. While searching, Seok-Ryu found cosmetics that she had sent from the United States. Her mother didn't open it because she would wear for special occasions. But it's been a long time, it's not good to wear it after the expiration date. Finally, Seung-Hyo's office opening ceremony begins. Seung-Hyo asked about Seok-Ryu's whereabouts, because her mother came alone. Then Seok-Ryu's mother and Seung-Hyo's mother's school friends come. While enjoying their meal, they discuss Mrs. Mi-sak about her daughter's cancelled engagement. They are curious about what the problem why the engagement was cancelled. Mrs. Mi-sak explains that she was just being careful because marriage is a big thing. And when they tease her, Seung-Hyo's mother defends Mrs. Mi-sak. Because times have changed, there's nothing wrong with changing our mind. So don't ruin the mood and talk about something else. While in the toilet, they are still talking about Seok-Ryu's cancelled engagement. And at that time Mrs. Mi-sak inside and hear the conversation. They feel that Seok-Ryu is not successful because her engagement is cancelled. Seok-Ryu comes to Seung-Hyo's office and looks for her mother. Seung-Hyo feels that Seok-Ryu is being chased by someone because she seems to be in a hurry. Since she has come, Seung-Hyo will get a dish for Seok-Ryu. Finally, Seok-Ryu meets her mother and brings the brooch that she found. Her mother feels that people will gossip if they see Seok-Ryu there, and Seok-Ryu thinks that her mother is embarrassed because of her. Her classmates see Seok-Ryu and greet her. Her mother says that Seok-Ryu is just taking a break from her work for a while, and she will be recruited by a better company. She also says that Seok-Ryu will return to America. Seok-Ryu just keeps quiet when her mother says that. Seok-Ryu comes home and goes straight to her room. She thinks her mother is very good at lying. Is it because she is afraid that Seok-Ryu will embarrass her? Her mother didn't lie because Seok-Ryu was going to America. Seok-Ryu felt that her mother didn't like her being at home, so her room was removed. Her mother confirmed it and asked Seok-Ryu to pack. Then her mother took Seok-Ryu's suitcase and put it down. Her mother felt crazy because her daughter was like that. How could Seok-Ryu do that after her mother raised her? Her mother didn't care how miserable her life was. Her mother was able to endure it as long as Seok-Ryu lived well. Seok-Ryu asked if canceling the engagement and quitting work was considered betrayal. Has her mother ever thought, has Seok-Ryu not had enough sleep all this time? Or how rarely has she had fun all this time that she acted stupid? Can't her mother at least understand her feelings? Seok-Ryu came back because of difficulties, because she always worked hard. So, can't her mother praise her hard work and tell her to rest? Her mother felt that Seok-Ryu was her proud daughter, so don't waste the opportunity. But Seok-Ryu felt, why should she be a sweetener in her mother's life? Seung-Hyo saw Seok-Ryu, who looked sad and looking for her. With her face covered by hair, Seung-Hyo was surprised to see Seok-Ryu on the swing. Seok-Ryu acted normal back and climbed the climbing frame. She was surprised when Seung-Hyo was already beside her. She still thought of Seung-Hyo as a little boy who was afraid of heights. Even though now she is a tall man who is 34 years old. When she was little, Seok-Ryu thought she would grow tall enough to touch the sky when she was an adult. Then it rained, but Seung-Hyo only bought one umbrella and Seok-Ryu closer to Seung-Hyo so she wouldn't get wet. Suddenly Seok-Ryu laughed because she remembered a funny story when she was little. When Seung-Hyo was alone in the park and cried all night. And when Seok-Ryu told another funny story, Seung-Hyo just kept quiet. He folded the umbrella and asked Seok-Ryu to choose one. Don't force laughter if you really want to cry. Hearing that, Seok-Ryu cried. Mrs. Misak carries Seok-Ryu's suitcase back to her room. While tidying up the blanket, her brooch fell, and she still couldn't believe what happened. She wore the brooch and cried alone in Seok-Ryu's room. Seung-Hyo saw Seok-Ryu's makeup was gone and she looked bad. But she felt no need to appear beautiful in front of Seung-Hyo. Seok-Ryu felt that her mother hated her and she still hates her mother until now. According to Seung-Hyo, your high hopes, your beliefs, and your love for someone are related. So Seok-Ryu won't hate someone she doesn't love. Suddenly they saw star falling and Seok-Ryu asked to make a request. Seung-Hyo hopes his company doesn't go bankrupt. He just takes big risks and is afraid of falling. They don't have new clients and the design fee hasn't been paid yet. Then Seok-Ryu invites Seung-Hyo to collect people who haven't paid his company by wearing a tiger print shirt. Seung-Hyo feels that his friend is not normal, then Seung-Hyo invites her to a food stall. He will try and face anything so that his company doesn't bankrupt. Because he didn't want to see Seok-Ryu wearing a leopard print shirt.
우동 먹을래.
In the morning, Seok-Ryu left with a document. And when she came home, she was surprised when she opened her room door. It turned out that her mother asked Seung-Hyo for help to tidy up Seok-Ryu's room. She called Seung-Hyo to prepare Seok-Ryu's room because she didn't let her sleep in the warehouse. Seeing her mother wearing a brooch, Seok-Ryu was very happy. Her mother also cooked expensive food and Seok-Ryu ate it with gusto. Seok-Ryu was surprised to see the sky in her room full of stars. It turned out that Seok-Ryu had decorated her room with star stickers in the past. She called Seung-Hyo and wondered how he could make the stars so similar to the ones she had stuck on before. Seung-Hyo also turned back time with the furniture in Seok-Ryu's room the same as before. Then Seung-Hyo asked Seok-Ryu to close the curtains tightly. She opened the curtains and saw Seung-Hyo in front of her. It turned out that Seung-Hyo moved and lived across from Seok-Ryu's house. Hearing that, Seok-Ryu remembered when she fell and was caught by Seung-Hyo. When Seung-Hyo was in high school, he was a swimming athlete. There will be a national swimming championship in Seoul, but Seung-Hyo's father and mother cannot watch when Seung-Hyo competes. But his coach still encourages Seung-Hyo to win and enter the national team. And he also has a #1 fan. She is Seok-Ryu, who encourages Seung-Hyo to win. The match begins and Seok-Ryu doesn't stop shouting to encourage Seung-Hyo. Finally, Seung-Hyo wins first place, and Seok-Ryu is also happy. Seung-Hyo was surprised when Noyeon gave him a surprise. It turns out they got a big offer from the top company in Korea. From a prestigious retirement community. When Myung-woo was excited, Seung-Hyo was worried about his plans. Seung-Hyo felt that his company depended on the plants because if they withered, they could go bankrupt. It was a pomegranate plant given by Seok-Ryu. In front of the laptop, Seung-Hyo looked enthusiastic. It turned out he was watching the design competition Haerang High School Gymnasium renovation. That is the school where Seung-Hyo and Seok-Ryu went to high school. Meanwhile Seok-Ryu was busy in front of her laptop. It turned out that she made a schedule for Bae Seok-Ryu to be idle. The first schedule was to play games, followed by relaxing. At 2 p.m., she watched TV until she took a nap. Seok-Ryu felt bored and called Seung-Hyo. She invited Seung-Hyo to read comics when Seung-Hyo came home from work. But he didn't want to and hung up.
내가 너 아니면 친구 없냐?
Because Seung-Hyo didn't want to, Seok-Ryu invited Mo-im to read comics. Mo-im felt that all comics were boring and she saw adult-only comics. Seok-Ryu immediately invited Mo-im to take them while no one was looking. But it turned out that Mo-im meant a comic about fresh red blood. And Seung-Hyo also came to that place even though he didn't want to come before. He gave the excuse that he was looking for the book he was looking for. When he was holding the princess book, Mo-im and Seok-Ryu felt suspicious. And when they finish reading, Seok-Ryu invites them to go somewhere. But Mo-im has to go home and study, because she has to prepare a motorboat certification. And Seung-Hyo also has to go back to the office, because there is still work. Seok-Ryu disappointed and feels that her friends are corporate slaves. At the shop, Seok-Ryu's father and mother are busy with many foods orders. Then Seok-Ryu takes the initiative to help them. But her mother forbids her and asks her not to bother. Suddenly, Seok-Ryu's homeroom teacher, Mrs. Yu, when she was in high school, comes and Seok-Ryu is surprised and happy to see her. It turns out she wants to order 20 tteokbokki and 20 sundaes. Because it's so much, Seok-Ryu helps carry it to school. Mrs. Yu is very happy when she hears that Seok-Ryu works at Grape in the United States. Hearing that Seok-Ryu just keeps quiet. Then they see Seung-Hyo at that school. It turns out he registered for the renovation design competency in the new gymnasium building. Experts from the Department of Education who will evaluate, and Mrs. Yu has no authority. Mrs. Yu asks Seok-Ryu to talk to the students because she feels that Seok-Ryu can be a good example for them. They must be happy because Seok-Ryu works at Grape. Mrs. Yu introduces Seok-Ryu in front of the students as an alumnus who is now working at Grape in the United States. They welcome her happily. Because Seok-Ryu didn't prepare anything, she asked them to just ask questions. Someone asked where Seok-Ryu studied. That Seok-Ryu studied in the United States because she got a scholarship there. They also think Seok-Ryu is very cool. And when they ask what her dreams are, Seok-Ryu just keeps quiet. When she leaves the building, Seung-Hyo is waiting for her, but Seok-Ryu just ignores him. Then Seung-Hyo asks Seok-Ryu to come with him and grabs her shirt. Seok-Ryu is angry because Seung-Hyo dares to grab a woman's neck. But Seung-Hyo doesn't think of Seok-Ryu as a woman. He says that Seok-Ryu is almost neutral. It turns out that they are digging the ground around the school to find the time capsule they kept 10 years ago. But Seok-Ryu is reluctant to look for it because the letter must be full of beautiful and innocent words. Then Seok-Ryu asks why Seung-Hyo is pretending that Seok-Ryu is still working at Grape. Seung-Hyo feels that Seok-Ryu has real experience because she once worked at Grape. He thinks that is enough to motivate them. Seok-Ryu is tired because the time capsule is hard to find even though she has been digging for a long time. She leaves the place and Seung-Hyo follows her. At home, Seok-Ryu sees her mother busy working until her hands are full of patches. She wants to help her, but her mother forbids her. Because that is her mother's job and her mother asks Seok-Ryu to just take care of her work. Seok-Ryu sees her younger brother Dong-jin, who doesn't help his mother's work. But her mother feels that Dong-jin has found his true self. Although it is only part-time, but he gets a salary. The owner of the fitness center helps him become a personal trainer. Meanwhile, Seung-Hyo studies gymnasium at the school. Myung-woo feels that public facilities do not make money and are full of procedures. And the meeting with the client tomorrow is very important for them now. Maybe it seems that Seung-Hyo has a reputation and their company is doing well. But that field is not easy, so he asks Seung-Hyo to close the swimming pool and open a retirement community because it is a project that will make money. Mo-im and the rescue team get an emergency call. There is a child having a seizure and he also has epilepsy. They take him by ambulance, but the road is jammed. When Mo-im asks vehicle users to open the way, they don't move. Then there is a man who tries to open the way by telling the car owners, one by one. What he did work and the ambulance was able to pass thanks to him. It turns out that he is Kong Dango, the man that Mo-im helped before. Finally, Seung-Hyo and Myung-woo attend a meeting about the retirement community project. The building will be a very beautiful building because it is located in the heart of Seoul. It will be a place that cannot be accessed or seen by just anyone. But Seung-Hyo feels that they underestimate public facilities. If people can't see it, how high will the building be built? Will people's necks hurt from looking at it? Hearing that, Myung-woo immediately straightened out the conversation and made Seung-Hyo calm down. Seok-Ryu met a woman at a restaurant. Seok-Ryu was confused. How did she know her number? It turned out that she heard that a talented woman had returned home, so he looked for information. When he asked the reason for returning home, Seok-Ryu only answered that it was for personal reasons. He felt that Seok-Ryu's career and portfolio were very impressive, so it was not a problem. Then, he offered Seok-Ryu a job position.
제안드리고 싶은 자리는
At that time Seung-Hyo saw Seok-Ryu and waited for her. He wondered why Seok-Ryu was wearing clothes like that. And Seok-Ryu was surprised because she always met Seung-Hyo. Seung-Hyo followed Seok-Ryu, who was drinking water from the tap and teasing Seung-Hyo. He felt that all of Seok-Ryu's actions were unpredictable, and her choice of clothes was also wrong. Seok-Ryu said that she had met a job recruiter. Seok-Ryu don't know where she got her phone number from, and she offered her several positions at Glow Career and Serendipity. The job was similar to the one Seok-Ryu worked at before, so it was easy to adapt. Then Seung-Hyo asked if Seok-Ryu wanted to do that job again. Because previously Seok-Ryu was exhausted and could no longer do it, Seung-Hyo felt that Seok-Ryu would return to her past. He only hoped that Seok-Ryu would find her true dream. But Seok-Ryu felt that only rich people could dream. They had the opportunity to rise after failing to pursue their dreams. While she often lived in Siberia, the wind pierced her bones with snow, rain and hail. Seung-Hyo knew how it felt because he had experienced it. In the past, Seok-Ryu gave him a towel as a gift before he competed. The towel words, Choi Seung-Hyo, 2008 Beijing Olympics, win gold. At first Seung-Hyo didn't want to bring it because it was embarrassing, but when he saw Seok-Ryu, he wanted to bring it. When in front of the crosswalk, he saw the towel with a smile. And when he crossed, a car hit him. Seok-Ryu felt very sad when she found out about the accident. She went to the hospital and crying. His father said that with rehabilitation, Seung-Hyo would be able to walk. But according to him, he would not be able to have a career as an athlete. Hearing that, Seung-Hyo cries alone in the room. There is an awkward feeling when Seung-Hyo meets Myung-woo at the office. Then Noyeon invites Seung-Hyo to talk because she has a talent for counseling. She thinks Seung-Hyo is right, covering up plagiarism is rude. So don't let it be destroyed because of plagiarism. But Myung-woo is also right. He wants to work in an office with a decent salary. For that, the company must be healthy. Because of the nature of architecture, they are always tied to clients. For the progress and glory of Atelier, she asked for good cooperation between Seung-Hyo and Myung-woo. Then Seung-Hyo enters Myung-woo's room and brings him coffee. He apologizes for yesterday's incident. Myung-woo knows his decision was wrong, but pretends otherwise. Seung-Hyo also feels that he has been selfish. If they part with Myung-woo, his company could fail. So, they have to stay together if they don't want to starve. And the two of them make up and will work together. Seok-Ryu is seen daydreaming alone near the school field. When student asked about her dream, it turns out to be number one in everything. Becoming her mother's proud daughter, and all the teachers proud her. Remembering it makes her regret it a little. Because she prioritizes other people's views, without caring about herself. When throwing out the trash, Mrs. Yu hears something. She was surprised when she saw Seok-Ryu stirring the soil there. Then Mrs. Yu gives tea to Seok-Ryu. And Seok-Ryu apologizes for surprising her. She looks for the time capsule that she buried with Seung-Hyo and also Moim. Seok-Ryu then admits that she is no longer working at Grape. She doesn't know whether to stop or run away. Mrs. Yu realizes something after teaching for so long. She asks Seok-Ryu not to change her mind, be sure and forget. Then Mrs. Yu asks her to go to the swimming pool because Seung-Hyo is there. Seok-Ryu sees Seung-Hyo sitting near the swimming pool. It turns out that he is holding Seok-Ryu's letter that is in the time capsule. He teases Seok-Ryu by reading her letter out loud. Seok-Ryu chases him and telling him to stop. Then Seung-Hyo jumps into the pool because he knows Seok-Ryu can't swim. It turns out that it was the first time after Seung-Hyo stopped swimming. In the past, when he didn't swim, Seok-Ryu entered his room with a comic. And at that time Seung-Hyo didn't want to be disturbed and told her to get out. With recklessness Seok-Ryu climbs the stairs and goes up to Seung-Hyo's room. She almost falls and Seung-Hyo holds her. Seung-Hyo can't believe it because Seok-Ryu did something crazy. Seok-Ryu thought Seung-Hyo would become human after a century in the cave. And Seung-Hyo thought Seok-Ryu was a slow person because she couldn't tell the difference between what was allowed and what wasn't. Then Seok-Ryu cursed Seung-Hyo and made him angry. Seung-Hyo felt like trash and couldn't do anything. Doesn't Seok-Ryu know how he feels? Seok-Ryu then asked if he felt better, because this is the first time Seung-Hyo has spoken in a month. Then Seok-Ryu takes out an axe. She will dismantle it if Seung-Hyo locks the door again. Seung-Hyo feels that Seok-Ryu is a crazy person who wields an axe at a bear that locks itself in a cave. Seok-Ryu, who used to be cheerful and energetic, but now too soft, not funny and boring. Then Seok-Ryu does something reckless again by jumping into the swimming pool. Seung-Hyo laughs seeing Seok-Ryu, who has difficulty breathing. He holds Seok-Ryu and wonders why she jumped if she can't swim. Seung-Hyo asks her to calm down and relax so she doesn't drown. But Seok-Ryu just grabs his hair because she's almost drowning. Seung-Hyo keeps holding Seok-Ryu who can float. Seok-Ryu is actually nervous and wants to stop because she's tired. Wants to rest and dream of something new. But she feels like she's nothing without her background in Grape. Everyone is moving forward, only she stops. Seung-Hyo is like that after he stops swimming. He feels like it will be hard to find a place to swim freely again. But he found it, so Seok-Ryu will be like that too. Seok-Ryu is still doubtful whether he can live a new life too. Then Seung-Hyo asks, what is her plan if Seok-Ryu returns to before her engagement was cancelled? It turns out that Seok-Ryu doesn't want to return.
됐어, 그럼.
Seung-Hyo wrote a letter 10 years ago that said, 10 years from now feels like a long time. Seung-Hyo may have expressed his feelings to Seok-Ryu. After Seung-Hyo heard Seok-Ryu's answer that she did not return to her engagement moment, Seung-Hyo just stared at Seok-Ryu. But Seok-Ryu sneezed in Seung-Hyo's face and made him want to let Seok-Ryu sink into the water. Then she wore Seung-Hyo's clothes that he brought in his car. Seung-Hyo teased her by saying that Seok-Ryu was very short. Of course, Seok-Ryu was annoyed because until junior high school she was taller than Seung-Hyo. Then she wanted to take and open the time capsule. Finally, Seok-Ryu opened the time capsule, but there were only 2 letters, while Moin's letter was not there. They read their respective letters. Seok-Ryu felt she was very silly, while Seung-Hyo seemed surprised by the contents of his own letter. Then Seok-Ryu asked to exchange letters, but Seung-Hyo refused. Seok-Ryu suspected that Seung-Hyo was bad-mouthing her because it seemed like there was something to hide. She chased Seung-Hyo, but failed to catch him. Seok-Ryu was very curious about what he actually wrote. At home, Seung-Hyo reads his letter again. He doesn't believe what he wrote, that 10 years from now he will express his feelings to Seok-Ryu. He feels that at that time he was still young, unstable, and had no goals, so he had feelings like that. He feels that he had lost his mind and that feeling was long gone. Seok-Ryu bumps into Seung-Hyo and Seung-Hyo thinks it was a hit and run. It turns out that Seok-Ryu planned to go to the library because she wanted to find her dream through self-exploration. But Seung-Hyo just walked and ignored her.
그러면
It turns out that Seok-Ryu went to Seung-Hyo's office and asked for free coffee there. Then Myung-woo came in a commotion. It turned out that Great contracted them. Great will build a new office in Seoul. They want to work with a local firm, and Atelier got a recommendation.
What?
When they read the email from Grape, they felt confused because they weren't good at English. Then Seok-Ryu translated the email. Grape's procedures are complicated, so there will be a lot of discussion. Communication skills will be important and they are very thorough. Then Myung-woo asked Seok-Ryu to help them and will pay her as a part-time worker. Seung-Hyo asked Myung-woo not to take advantage of her. But then Seok-Ryu is willing to help them.
제가 도와드릴게요.
Seung-Hyo feels worried because Seok-Ryu will be involved with Grape again. It's because there is Seung-Hyo, so Seok-Ryu wants to help. Then Seok-Ryu invites Seung-Hyo to eat, but Seung-Hyo is still busy working and asks her to go. But she doesn't want to and instead shows her comics to Seung-Hyo. And Seung-Hyo wears earphones, continues his work again. Moim and Dan-ho meet at the convenience store by taking the same drink. They are happy to meet again. It turns out that Dan-ho has just moved to the area around Moim's house. And they are still holding the same drink and don't want anyone to give in. It turns out that that's their favorite drink. And at that time Seung-Hyo and Seok-Ryu were also there. Dan-ho didn't expect to meet Seung-Hyo because he had covered news about Seung-Hyo. They ate toast and enjoyed drinks together. When he saw Seok-Ryu, Dan-ho felt familiar with her. Dan-ho felt confused when they asked where he used to live. Then he said he suddenly had something to do and left them.
말 실수였어?
Moim felt strange and suspicious why Dan-ho suddenly left. He avoided being asked where he lived. Seung-Hyo felt he just didn't want to discuss personal matters. Then Seok-Ryu asked why they didn't find Moim's letter in the time capsule. It turns out that Moim had dug it up first and took the letter. She also read the letters from her two friends. There was nothing strange in Seok-Ryu's letter, while Seung-Hyo's letter, she didn't remember it. Seung-Hyo, who was a bit awkward, pretended to get a call and avoided them. He was worried that Moim had read his letter.
야, 컴플레인 그거 힘들...
They had a meeting via video call with Grape. Seok-Ryu did her job as their translator. And Grape will soon visit and meet them. Myung-woo felt that everything was going smoothly because Seok-Ryu was there. But Seung-Hyo felt that Seok-Ryu was not sincere enough. And they didn't care about Seung-Hyo's words because they followed each other on social media. Then Myung-woo asked why Seok-Ryu left Grape. Because working at Grape is the best job. Seok-Ryu has not had time to answer, but suddenly Myung-woo gets a call. It was a work call and they left Seok-Ryu. Seung-Hyo discusses the Great project with Myung-woo. Myung-woo looks very excited and Seung-Hyo can only smile. He feels sure that Great will choose them, but Seung-Hyo asked him not to get his hopes up. Myung-woo trusts Seung-Hyo. As long as Seung-Hyo is there, he is not afraid of the Wowon team.
아빠.
Dan-ho is tidying up his new house. He finds the 2007 swimming championship file. He sees a photo of Seung-Hyo when he was a swimmer. Then he sends a photo to Seung-Hyo when he was with Seok-Ryu.
승효야.
Seung-Hyo did not expect to see Seok-Ryu in front of his office. He is confused because previously Seok-Ryu no longer wanted to get involved. Seok-Ryu doesn't want Seung-Hyo to be teased for not being able to speak English. If necessary, she will curse them. Seok-Ryu was shocked when he saw his former co-workers at Grape. It turned out that Chris was the head of product designer for Grape. He will play an important role, communicating in and out of the organization for the project. Chris was happy to meet Seok-Ryu again. At that time Seok-Ryu suddenly said he wanted to go home to Korea, so he was very disappointed. According to him, Seok-Ryu was enthusiastic and committed to his work. And he could always rely on her.
Always trust her to get that.
In the past, when at Grape her co-workers made Seok-Ryu do the task alone. Chris pretended to support Seok-Ryu as a team. He praised Seok-Ryu as a very responsible person and considered her the captain. At that time Seok-Ryu listened their conversation. They flattered Seok-Ryu because they knew that Seok-Ryu would finish their work if flattered. Chris felt she lacked affection because she really expected praise and flattery. They considered Seok-Ryu as an AI who would finish their job, and at that time Chris just smiled when he saw Seok-Ryu. During the meeting Seok-Ryu was a little nervous and spilled water. Then they asked for a short break. Chris asked to end the meeting, but Jennifer liked the proposal from Seung-Hyo's team. According to her, it would be a shame to decide to choose Wowon. And when Jennifer received the call, Seok-Ryu passed by and Chris greeted her. He mentioned the incident 3 years ago to Seok-Ryu. Seok-Ryu asked him not to bring it up. She knew Grape had chosen Wowon, but Seok-Ryu would pretend not to know. For the sake of her colleagues who had tried hard. So, she asked Chris to watch his attitude. Chris felt a great loss for Seok-Ryu because she was a smart software and easy to manipulate. Suddenly Seung-Hyo came and pushed Chris's body. He was angry with Chris's words. Seung-Hyo didn't expect honesty, but that was harassment. But Chris, instead called Seung-Hyo's company, is a small company that dared to design a new building for Grape. Hearing that, Seung-Hyo was very angry, and when he was about to hit Chris, Seok-Ryu stopped him. Chris was still big-mouthed and was going to report Seung-Hyo. But then Seok-Ryu calmed Chris down and said that she quit her job without having to be paid. She had nothing to do with Atelier anymore, so don't involve their company. But Chris was still arrogant and asked Seok-Ryu to beg him to forgive them. Seok-Ryu had lost her patience and hit Chris hard. It was a gift for her former subordinate, who was rude. Seok-Ryu felt that Chris knew that she was a persistent and diligent worker. This company is bigger than him, so don't mess with Atelier in. Seok-Ryu will collect evidence of exploitation of his subcontractors, product plagiarism, negligence and manipulation. She will send it as a parcel to Grape. When Seok-Ryu left, Seung-Hyo chased her, but Seok-Ryu didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. Seung-Hyo followed and walked behind Seok-Ryu. He brought sandals for Seok-Ryu because he knew her feet hurt from wearing high heels. Then Seok-Ryu wore the sandals and felt comfortable. She admitted to Seung-Hyo that she was alienated in Grape. At first, she blamed Chris and the others, but she realized after seeing Seung-Hyo working. If she enjoyed her job like Seung-Hyo, she would have been able to survive until the end. But Seung-Hyo felt that their behavior to Seok-Ryu was harassment in the workplace. It has nothing to do with liking it or not. It doesn't make sense for the victim to blame herself. Then Seung-Hyo asked Seok-Ryu to follow him.
아, 이제 좀 실례니까.
They were on the padlock bridge and Seung-Hyo asked Seok-Ryu to write the name of the person who harassed her. It turned out that Seung-Hyo cursed Chris with writing on the padlock. Seok-Ryu felt that his friend was childish. But then she mentioned Chris's bad points and Seung-Hyo wrote it until his writing didn't fit in the padlock. They hope Chris can feel the power of the curse from all over Korea. Seok-Ryu feels better now because she has poured out her frustration. She also feels impressed with Seung-Hyo's presentation in front of Grape. Even though he knows he will fail, he never gives up and that's amazing. So Seok-Ryu has decided to find a place to achieve her goals.
좋네.
At that time Seung-Hyo got a call from Myung-woo. He gave the news that Grape gave them a project. Not an office building, but their main store, which will open next year in Seoul. Seung-Hyo was very happy to hear the happy news. And Chris was fired from Grape because during the meeting, it turned out that Myung-woo recorded them. He didn't think that it could be evidence of a crime. Myung-woo knows someone and follows each other on social media and they are good friends. He's Tony Brown, the senior vice director of Grape. So, he sent the recording to everyone and Tony Brown also got the recording. After Seung-Hyo hung up the phone, he told the happiness news to Seok-Ryu. And Seok-Ryu is very surprised and happy. She hugs Seung-Hyo and Seung-Hyo just stands there stunned. In the past, after Seung-Hyo won the swimming championship, he saw Seok-Ryu, who was waiting for him. She was willing to skip the exam to see Seung-Hyo compete and miss the cell phone prize that she would get if she got a good score on the exam. Then Seung-Hyo gave his medal and at that time Dan-ho saw them. At that time, Seok-Ryu should have been able to guess Seung-Hyo's feelings. But Seok-Ryu was still innocent and was even curious whether the medal was real gold. Seung-Hyo realized when he saw Seok-Ryu skipping exams to watch his match. There was never a moment when Seung-Hyo hated her. But Seung-Hyo didn't dare to say he liked her. Because he was afraid of ruining their friendship. So, it's better if he says it when he's in his 20s. After they grow up, he hopes to be able to tell Seok-Ryu about his feelings.
했으면 좋겠다.
Back when Seok-Ryu had just gone to United States, Seung-Hyo visited her. They drank together in Seok-Ryu's room. Seung-Hyo also brought various things for Seok-Ryu, which were also given to him by her mother. And when Seung-Hyo showed Seok-Ryu's favorite comic, she was very happy and hugged Seung-Hyo. They looked at each other and it seemed like Seok-Ryu was about to kiss Seung-Hyo. But what happened was Seok-Ryu fell asleep on Seung-Hyo's shoulder because she was too drunk. After Seung-Hyo woke up in Seok-Ryu's dormitory, he saw Seok-Ryu, who was still sleeping, and at that time there was an incoming message on Seok-Ryu's cell phone. It was from Brian and the message said, "Did you forget our date today?" Then Seok-Ryu woke up and Seung-Hyo said there was a message on her cell phone. Seok-Ryu read it happily because it was from her boyfriend. Seung-Hyo seemed surprised when he found out that Seok-Ryu already had a boyfriend. Brian is a Korean who grew up abroad. In the present, Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo are walking in a dark room. When Seok-Ryu stumbles, Seung-Hyo catches her and thinks that Seok-Ryu always breaks the rules. But according to her, it is a normal reaction to avoid falling. Seung-Hyo is a bit disappointed why Seok-Ryu is cooking. They should celebrate it by eating delicious food at a restaurant. Seung-Hyo is surprised to see Seok-Ryu, who seems good at cooking. Seung-Hyo's comment on seeing Seok-Ryu's dish is that her food is very green like grass. According to Seok-Ryu, everyone should eat seasonal food, especially spring vegetables. When Seung-Hyo tastes her food, he feels strange why it is so delicious. Is it because he is very hungry, so he is not objective? Seok-Ryu is very enthusiastic and sees Seung-Hyo eating food with a look that sparkles. That makes Seung-Hyo nervous and choked. Then Moim comes and Seung-Hyo goes to find a drink. He avoids because Seok-Ryu gives him a strange look. Her eyes are very friendly, unlike usual.
쓸데없이 동그랗네.
Moim gets a call from her mother, but she is lazy to pick it up. Because her mother wants her to go on a blind date. Moim is confused, because when her father died, when he was 7 years old, her grandmother always blamed her mother. That's why Moim and her mother moved house. According to Moim, marriage is not the answer. And Seok-Ryu really agrees, because she ran away before going through it. However, Moim wants to see Seok-Ryu wearing a wedding dress. Then Seok-Ryu shows a photo of herself wearing a wedding dress. Moim sees it and says Seok-Ryu is very beautiful and has a happy smile. She then asks if Seok-Ryu has forgotten her fiancé. Seok-Ryu answers that she still loves him, and at that time Seung-Hyo came back because he left his wallet behind. He sees a photo of Seok-Ryu wearing a wedding dress. Did Seung-Hyo hear their previous conversation? The mothers are seen visiting a temple. They are there to pray for their sons and daughters to succeed in their lives. Seung-Hyo is surprised to see Seok-Ryu already in his office. That's because Myung-woo invited her and wanted to invite Seok-Ryu to join the Great Main Store project. But Seung-Hyo disagrees because their agreement ended after the presentation. She has a plan, so don't always rely on her. Besides, Seung-Hyo also doesn't want to get her involved in her old company. Then Myung-woo invites her to have a farewell party. Hearing that they agree to eat together,
다 같이 가요.
they go to a restaurant, and the first food is salmon eggs. Seung-Hyo said he likes salmon eggs, but after hearing their story about the salmon that came back to lay eggs, Myung-woo also added that these animals are stuck in the past. Did their first love get left at home? Seung-Hyo feels offended and gives his food to Myung-woo. Myung-woo feels strange because he previously said he liked salmon eggs. Then Noyeon tells them about a novel that contains back to the past. Hearing that, Seung-Hyo tells her to stop reading it. Because people live looking to the future, why go to the past? Everything is in the past, so just forget it and live a new life. Seok-Ryu feels that Seung-Hyo is ruining their situation.
이 뭐예요?
While in the park, Moim sees a man who seems to be showing off his butt. It turns out he is Dan-ho, who is looking for a 4-leaf clover. Then Moim helps to find it and finally she finds it. Dan-ho is very happy and unknowingly, he holds Moim's hand. Moim gives it to Dan-ho and he accepts it happily. Seok-Ryu gives tea to Seung-Hyo. She asks if Seung-Hyo really doesn't need it for the project. If he did it for Seok-Ryu, then Seok-Ryu would have set aside time. But Seung-Hyo told Seok-Ryu to pursue her dream and mind her own business. Seok-Ryu only tried to be considerate to Seung-Hyo. And she also thought about her dream more than anyone else. But Seung-Hyo seemed to be angry with her. Seung-Hyo seemed to be venting his frustration or holding a grudge. Suddenly there was a woman who hugged Seung-Hyo from behind. The woman was Seung-Hyo's ex-girlfriend, Jang Tae-hui, and Seung-Hyo felt uncomfortable because she suddenly came. But she came as a client and had a request. Hearing that, of course, Myung-woo was happy because it meant they would get a new project. Tae-hui planned to hire an architect to making various crafts, and at that time she thought of Seung-Hyo. Noyeon was upset because her boss's ex-girlfriend came to the office. It turns out that Seok-Ryu already knows Tae-hui. She's a year older than Seung-Hyo. They met in college and dated for more than a year. Their relationship is passionate because she once saw a car parked in front of her house, and in the car, there was a couple who were kissing. They are Seung-Hyo and Tae-hui. When she told the story, it turned out that they both heard the story and felt ticklish. Tae-hui felt that it was a beautiful memory. Seung-Hyo often told her many things about Seok-Ryu, so she seemed to know her. Tae-hui asked for Seok-Ryu's help to persuade Seung-Hyo to work with her. She invited all the staff at Seung-Hyo's office to come to Tae-hui's studio. At first Seung-Hyo refused, but Myung-woo felt that they needed a vacation to rest. Tae-hui also invited Seok-Ryu to come along, but she refused because she was not a staff at Seung-Hyo's office.
아쉽네요.
While on the road, Seung-Hyo met with Seok-Ryu's father. They then went drinking together. In the morning, Seok-Ryu woke up his younger brother, Dong-jin. But Dong-jin didn't want to wake up, then she woke him up by climbing onto the bed. When she hit him, suddenly Seung-Hyo woke up and held her hand. Seok-Ryu was shocked and Dong-jin saw them as if they were doing something indecent. When Seung-Hyo wanted to explain, his leg hit the table and he was in pain. He had a checkup at the hospital, and at that time his father checked his condition. His leg was sprained and his ligaments were slightly torn. Seok-Ryu thought Seung-Hyo was very whiny, but he did feel pain, because previously, he'd been injured. His father then closed the curtains, because they were disturbing other patients. Seung-Hyo left the hospital with his leg in a cast.
네.
It turned out that previously, when Seung-Hyo and Seok-Ryu's father drank together, they continued drinking at Seok-Ryu's house, because at that time his wife was not at home, so no one would stop them. That's why he woke up in Dongjin's room. Her father asked Seok-Ryu to go home together, but she still had other plans and told her father to go home first. Then she took Seung-Hyo's car keys. She felt she had to take responsibility, because Seung-Hyo's leg had to be casted. At first, Seung-Hyo didn't want to, but he needed help because he couldn't drive. Seung-Hyo was a bit and held the handle tightly. He asked Seok-Ryu to obey the speed limit and not press any buttons. But she pressed the button and made Seung-Hyo's chair go down. She asked Seung-Hyo to enjoy the trip. After arriving, they were greeted by Tae-hui. She was shocked to see Seung-Hyo's leg in cast. Seok-Ryu explained that Seung-Hyo's leg hurt and she was forced to come along to take him. Tae-hui then held Seung-Hyo's hand to help him walk. And Seok-Ryu could only watch them. Tae-hui planned to make doenjang food with the local residents. She needed their help, but Seung-Hyo didn't want to. And Seok-Ryu happily offered to help her. Finally, Seung-Hyo helps them and Seok-Ryu see him with a smile. Then Tae-hui invites Seung-Hyo to talk alone. They enter a room and Tae-hui asks if Seung-Hyo has ever dated again. He answered of course, because he broke up with her a long time ago. Tae-hui feels that Seung-Hyo lets other people come and go. She really wants to ask Seung-Hyo to work together, but also uses that as an excuse to meet Seung-Hyo. She hopes that their meeting will be an opportunity. Then she shows her collection to Seung-Hyo and offers to make it. When Seok-Ryu is looking for a toilet, she sees Seung-Hyo making pottery. She looks at him and suddenly Tae-hui comes and helps him. Seok-Ryu looks at them with a jealous look. She accidentally bumps into something and they get shocked. Seok-Ryu apologizes for disturbing them and goes to look for a toilet. Seok-Ryu apologizes for accidentally bumping into a chair. She thinks they are very matched together, like a scene from the Ghost movie. Seok-Ryu feels that old love can be revived because they meet again. Seung-Hyo stares at Seok-Ryu and warns her not to interfere in other people's business. Myung-woo, Noyeon and other staff come, but Seung-Hyo goes to get some fresh air. He sits alone under a big tree. It turns out that he previously heard Seok-Ryu's conversation with Moim. That Seok-Ryu still loves her fiancé. It seems that's what makes him easily angry with Seok-Ryu. Tae-hui asks for help to carry something. Because it's very heavy, she needs male strength, but Seok-Ryu will help her. She feels strong enough to help Tae-hui. Tae-hui feels that it's too heavy and asks Seok-Ryu to stop. She goes to call for help, but Seok-Ryu pushes it alone. Accidentally she dropped it and she fell too. Seung-Hyo helped her up, but Seok-Ryu was worried about the poster that fell. Seung-Hyo was angry because Seok-Ryu was not careful. Why did she do that if she couldn't take care of herself? Tae-hui asked Seung-Hyo to stop and offered to change clothes. Seok-Ryu was upset because Seung-Hyo scolded and embarrassed her. Moim got an emergency call. She entered the house and there was a small kid in pain. While Dan-ho was on duty, he got a call and immediately rushed off. It turned out that the kid whom Moim helped earlier was named Yan-do, Dan-ho's daughter. Moim took Yan-do to the hospital and at that time she saw a clover in her hand. Dan-ho came and immediately met Yan-do. Moim was shocked when she found out that Dan-ho already had a daughter. Seok-Ryu planned to make kalguksu and they helped her. Noyeon was upset because she was tired of making the dough. Finally, the kalguksu was cooked and they enjoyed it. They really liked the kalguksu cooked by Seok-Ryu. But Seung-Hyo is not seen and misses dinner. Seok-Ryu is very happy because they like her cooking until they ask for more. Moim intends to scold Yeondo's parents if they come. Dan-ho apologizes to Moim, but she doesn't ask for his apology. How could her father leave his sick child alone at home? How could he be successful if he can't take care of a child? There was a clover in Yeondo's hand when Moim saved her. Dan-ho so regrets the incident. Then Tae-hui meets Seung-Hyo and talks with him. When Seok-Ryu said they used to be passionate, that's not true. Because only Tae-hui is passionate, while Seung-Hyo is not. Her love is like a burning candle, while Seung-Hyo is like a small fire in a stove. That's why she broke up with Seung-Hyo. Tae-hui chose a man whose love is burning. But when she decided on Seung-Hyo, Tae-hui felt dumped. She always hoped that Seung-Hyo would burn because of her. But earlier, Seung-Hyo was very angry, yelling at Seok-Ryu and embarrassing her. Tae-hui has never seen him like that. She feels jealous. When Seok-Ryu walks at night, she sees her clothes on a wooden handle. It turns out that Seung-Hyo took her dirty clothes and washed them. Seung-Hyo sees Seok-Ryu and meets her. He can't sleep and sees a white shadow outside. It's because he didn't eat dinner. Then Seok-Ryu offers him kalguksu. Seok-Ryu feels that Seung-Hyo is very kind because he cleaned the stains on her clothes. Seung-Hyo is curious about what Seok-Ryu is looking for. It turns out that she is looking for 100-year-old soy sauce. But there are many jars there. Opening them all will take a long time. Then Seung-Hyo helps to find the soy sauce. Seok-Ryu wonders why he suddenly helps her, even though he always annoyed her before. Seung-Hyo starts a fight and gets upset for no reason. Then Seok-Ryu finds the soy sauce. Seok-Ryu sees the jar full of the night sky, very black and sparkling. Seung-Hyo wonders, because suddenly Seok-Ryu wrote a poem. She also discussed food, with a happy feeling. And Seok-Ryu finally found her dream. She wanted to cook. When Seung-Hyo smiled, he remembered Tae-Hwi's words. That she was jealous, when with Seok-Ryu, Seung-Hyo was not the person she knew. He was useless and childish and always looked at her. Seung-Hyo smiled when Seok-Ryu smiled. He avoided his feelings for so long. He had ignored and denied it. However, seeing Seok-Ryu smile in front of him made him realize that he couldn't hold back his feelings. Seung-Hyo remembers all of Seok-Ryu's first experiences. The first time her teeth fell out. The first time she rode a bike. The first time she ran away from home. The first time she asked a man out on a date. Seung-Hyo has known her for a long time. He thinks he knows everything about Seok-Ryu. And Seok-Ryu's father used to be a chef at a hotel. Then, he worked at a restaurant, and now he runs a tteokbokki shop. Seok-Ryu was called by her mother, who was busy in the kitchen. Her mother asked her to deliver dishes to Seung-Hyo's house. Then she delivered it to Seung-Hyo's house. Seung-Hyo's mother and father were very happy with Seok-Ryu's coming. Seung-Hyo's father thanked her for bringing food. Then Seok-Ryu looked for Seung-Hyo, and his parents said he was in his room. Seok-Ryu entered the room and called Seung-Hyo. Then he remembered to look for his letter in the time capsule. Finally, she found it and immediately read it. This time Seok-Ryu will reveal his dark past. Seung-Hyo, who is taking a shower, remembers the moment when with Seok-Ryu. Seok-Ryu was surprised when she read the letter, which turned out to contain his feelings for Seok-Ryu, and Seung-Hyo immediately took the letter that Seok-Ryu was holding. Seok-Ryu apologized and did not mean to read it secretly. Then Seung-Hyo crumpled and threw away the letter. He explained that it was just a joke, because he was serious about teasing her first. Seok-Ryu smiled because Seung-Hyo surprised her. Then Seung-Hyo asked her to get out because he wanted to change clothes. Seok-Ryu was curious, what's actually wrong with the letter? Seung-Hyo likes her, but it's just a joke. Why did he plan a 10-year joke? He could have denied it, but why did he crumple and throw away the letter? At home, Seok-Ryu watches her YouTube channel. It turns out she has a channel about cooking. When she cooks, she becomes very comfortable and relaxed. She feels like herself when he relaxes. Seok-Ryu meets Seung-Hyo and Tae-Hwi. Seung-Hyo doesn't greet her because he usually meets her every day. Seok-Ryu thanks to Tae-Hwi for giving her soy sauce. Then she invites Seok-Ryu to drink tea, but Seung-Hyo objects because he has to talk about work. Seung-Hyo comes in and Tae-Hwi apologizes. Seok-Ryu thinks Seung-Hyo is upset when she tells him to go back to Tae-Hwi. There's no way Seung-Hyo likes her. And she doesn't care about the letter either.
이유가 뭐야?
Tae-hui wonders why Seung-Hyo wants to work with her. She knows she's just being used as an excuse. Previously, Seung-Hyo was always silent, but in front of Seok-Ryu, Seung-Hyo deliberately said they would work together. Mo-in contacts Seung-Hyo to celebrate because Seok-Ryu signed up for a cooking class. But Seung-Hyo refuses because he has other plans. Seok-Ryu could already guess that he wouldn't come.
건축가님.
Seung-Hyo meets Dan-ho on the way. Then Dan-ho shows him where he lives. It turns out he's Mo-in's neighbor and Dan-ho just found out. Seung-Hyo was surprised when a little kid called him Dad. He introduced himself as his father's childhood friend. Then they chatted in front of Dan-ho's porch. Dan-ho said that he was a good listener, neutral and could guarantee anonymity. Then Seung-Hyo talked about his friend. There was someone he used to like. He thought he had forgotten his feelings for her. But he was a bit confused after seeing her again. He didn't know what to do, so he kept avoiding her. She loved someone else and they almost got married. Although she is single now, he is afraid that the woman will find out. He never confessed his feelings to that woman. Because at first, he did not know his true feelings for her. After that, he did not want to ruin their friendship. When he wanted to confess his feelings, the timing was not right. Then now, he doesn't dare to try. He felt difficult for so long because of that. And now he doesn't want to go back to that time. And it turned out that at that time Mo-in listened to their conversation. She finds out why Seung-Hyo doesn't want to come. Because she's curious, Mo-in takes the time capsule they buried in high school. When she reads Seung-Hyo's letter, she smiles because she can guess that he likes Seok-Ryu. Until now, Seung-Hyo is still pathetic and stupid.
어디서 이상한 소리 들리지?
Dan-ho thinks, if he were his friend, Dan-ho would tell him about a swimmer he knows, whose weakness is being slow when starting a race. But he can overcome it by never giving up. So even though he's late, Dan-ho will tell him to be brave like that swimmer. In the morning, Mrs. Misak woke up her husband who was always late. She also didn't know when her husband would come home because he always came home late at night. She was surprised because her husband always gave the excuse of going to the funeral and giving out money. Hearing his nagging wife, he left again.
창고가 왜 모자라?
On the way, Seok-Ryu met Seung-Hyo. She immediately explained that she was just passing by because her cooking class was nearby. Then Seok-Ryu asked to keep it a secret from her parents. And she said, when the class is over, she will take her cooking home. Seok-Ryu hadn't finished talking, but Seung-Hyo interrupted her and ended the conversation because there was a meeting. But in the office, Seung-Hyo immediately browsed about Korean culinary experts. It was the cooking class that Seok-Ryu was taking.
요리 배우게?
When Seung-Hyo finished drinking with his friends, he saw Seok-Ryu's father with a woman. He remembered when he was little his mother went out with a man. He waited for Seok-Ryu's father in front of his house. They chatted and Mr. Bae was curious why Seung-Hyo was in front of his house. Seung-Hyo explained that Seung-Hyo saw him with a woman. Mr. Bae was very embarrassed because Seung-Hyo saw it like that. He knew very well that he was very self-conscious and asked to keep it a secret from his wife. Seung-Hyo thought that Seok-Ryu would go crazy if she found out. The women chatted together at Mo-in's mother office. They discussed their husbands. Mrs. Misak found it difficult to meet her husband lately. She didn't know what her husband was busy with because he always came home early. Hearing that, they immediately assumed that her husband had been wandering around all night and that it was a serious problem. They asked Mrs. Misak to be careful, maybe he was cheating. Hearing that, she became confused. And when she got home, Mrs. Misak immediately checked her husband's pants. She found evidence of a short-term revolving fund loan. When her husband came home, Mrs. Misak threw a pillow at him. She was angry because her husband had been wandering around after closing the shop. He also applied for a loan without his wife's knowing. And at that time, Seok-Ryu and Dongjin came and saw their parents fighting. When Mrs. Misak asked what really happened, Mr. Bae couldn't answer. Mr. Bae feels that his wife always corners him and he has no choice. Actually, there was an accident when there were two customers eating at his shop. They saw hair in the food and when Seok-Ryu's father checked, someone bumped into the table and the bowl spilled onto the customer's hand. He also admitted that his watch was off and the watch was worth 30 million won. Mr. Bae was shocked and he would cover the repair costs. They refused and asked Mr. Bae to compensate him in full before they sued. That made him do another job as a substitute driver. And the woman Choi Seung-Hyo saw was his customer. When he got the money, he deposited 20 million won. To pay them, he took money from his family's living expenses savings. Mrs. Misak said that her husband was stupid and had no sense. And Mr. Bae feels always belittled by his wife because of his incompetence. The only thing he can do is make tteokbokki. He will do his best to return the money. He asks his wife to stop scolding him. Because he also hurts when he was hit and then he leaves the house. Dongjin calms his mother while Seok-Ryu calms her father. Her father apologizes because Seok-Ryu never bought new clothes. He also couldn't send pocket money when Seok-Ryu was abroad. Then her father still makes her worry about money. Her father feels unworthy of being a father. But her father should not appreciate her with money, but with love. She is also unemployed, doesn't she have the right to be his daughter? Her father said that Seok-Ryu will always be his daughter. And so will her father always be a father to Seok-Ryu. Seok-Ryu looks for CCTV around her father's shop. When she finds it, she asks the shop owner to see the CCTV footage. It turns out that Seung-Hyo also saw the CCTV footage before. Seung-Hyo meets the two men. He claims to be the son of the shop owner and will compensate them. But before that, he wants to see the broken watch. When they show him the watch, Seung-Hyo knows the brand of the watch. It is one of the most expensive watches in the world and he has the same watch. It is a newly launched model, but the serial number is different from the one he has. Why is the blue color of the watch face dull? The stainless steel should have been polished with a brush. And it was just a cheap imitation watch. Then Seung-Hyo showed the CCTV footage through the projector. It turned out that they were preparing an object to put in the soup. They called the shop owner and intentionally spilled the soup on the watch. But they still didn't want to admit it because it wasn't evidence. Seung-Hyo showed the time on the CCTV footage and the broken watch stopped before the incident when they entered the shop. Then Dan-ho came and introduced himself as a reporter, which made them a little worried. Then Seung-Hyo checked the wound on his hand and there was no wound at all. Dan-ho felt that the crime was heinous because it preyed on helpless people who had small businesses. Seung-Hyo called the restaurant owner and made sure their faces were recorded on camera. And when they went out and ran away, Seung-Hyo and Dan-ho chased them. And Seung-Hyo's leg had not fully recovered, which made it difficult for him to run. One of the perpetrators that Dan-ho was chasing hit a pipe and made him faint. And when the other perpetrator was out of Seung-Hyo's reach, Seok-Ryu suddenly hit him with her bag. The perpetrator pushed until Seok-Ryu fell and Seung-Hyo kicked the perpetrator. He saw Seok-Ryu's nose bleeding, then he took off his tie and stopped the blood using the tie. At that time, Dong-jin was also there and vented his anger by kicking the man. Mr. Bae got a call that the perpetrator had been arrested. And when Mr. Bae wanted to go to the police station, his wife hit him. He deserved to be hit because he didn't know the specialness of tteokbokki. They raised their child with that special food. Did his wife, Seok-Ryu and Dong-jin, mean nothing to him? Mr. Bae feels that they are too good for him. He doesn't want to expect much, just wants to take care of the family and make everyone happy. And his wife encourages her husband. She wants to accompany her husband to the police station, wherever they will go together. Be it heaven or hell, they will go together. That's because they are family.
너 사랑해?
Seok-Ryu thanks Seung-Hyo and will clean his tie at the dry cleaners. But Seung-Hyo doesn't care about his tie. Seok-Ryu feels like thinking about herself when she finds her dream. She doesn't know what happened to her father and feels that Seung-Hyo did his best. Seung-Hyo said that his father is not a stranger. Then Seok-Ryu asks how about her? Is she a stranger to Seung-Hyo? Seung-Hyo has been distancing himself from her lately. She is anxious when Seung-Hyo acts like that, becomes distant and not like before. Seung-Hyo feels that it can't be like that forever. Now they are adults and have their own lives. Don't act childishly like knocking on his window. So, respect each other's privacy. Seok-Ryu has trouble sleeping and thinks about Seung-Hyo. And when Seung-Hyo sees Seok-Hyo's bedroom window, Seung-Hyo thinks if he can squeeze his feelings like a piece of leather, can he feel more comfortable around her? Seok-Ryu waits for Seung-Hyo in front of his office. She wants to return the favor because Seung-Hyo has helped her father. She gives him her first dish in cooking class. Back when Seung-Hyo was little, he didn't want Korean food. Then Seok-Ryu gives him food that is similar in color to the rainbow. And Seung-Hyo likes it. Seok-Ryu remembers that it was the first dish that Seung-Hyo liked. She is sure she knows more about Seung-Hyo than his parents. But Seung-Hyo feels that her memories are meaningless, all of that is in the past. Does Seok-Ryu think he is easy? They are not 5-year-olds, why she always follow him? So don't bother him, get out of his life from now on. But Seok-Ryu doesn't want to, she will bother Seung-Hyo. She will continue to interfere in his life. Seung-Hyo asks her not to make him crazy. Seok-Ryu has always been like that, before and now. Seung-Hyo feels like he will go crazy because of it. Seok-Ryu is speechless. She knows all of Seung-Hyo's first experiences. The first time he drank banana milk. The first time he swam. The first time he was taller than her. But she just doesn't know who his first love is.
몰랐던 건
Then Seok-Ryu runs and chases him. She throws her shoes at Seung-Hyo and asks what he meant by that. After Seok-Ryu threw the shoe and asked what Seung-Hyo meant. Actually, at that time Seung-Hyo wanted to explain, but suddenly Seok-Ryu's ex-fiancé came. They were shocked to see Hyun-jun there. Likewise, with Seung-Hyo, who didn't like to see him. When Hae-Jun wanted to introduce himself, he didn't want to because they weren't friends. And when Seung-Hyo pulled Seok-Ryu's hand, Hae-Jun pulled her along. Suddenly Seok-Ryu's father and mother came angrily because they saw Hae-Jun. How impudent Hae-Jun came there. Then her mother asked Hae-Jun to come to her house. Because in a relationship there must be ethics and marriage is cancelled without parental consent. Is marriage just a game? At home, her mother gives Hae-Jun food and her father doesn't like it. He left because he couldn't stand being in the same room as that bastard. Seung-Hyo is seen pacing back and forth in front of Seok-Ryu's house. And Mo-im comes and wonders why Seung-Hyo didn't come in. Seung-Hyo says Seok-Ryu's ex-fiancé came and that makes Mo-im angry. Seung-Hyo asks Mo-im to calm down because he wants to kill Hae-Jun more. Then Mrs. Misak sits them both down. She will say what's on her mind. When her mother asks about the truth, whether Seok-Ryu is having an affair, strangely Hae-Jun is curious whether it's true. Then Hae-Jun says that he is the one responsible for the cancellation of their engagement. Mrs. Misak already suspected that her daughter could not possibly be having an affair. Then she took a piece of wood and intended to beat up Hae-Jun. How could he break her daughter's heart? But Seok-Ryu stopped her and asked Hae-Jun to leave because her mother could kill him. Seung-Hyo and Mo-im drinking in front of a convenience store. Mo-im asked Seung-Hyo to make a scene because previously he wanted to kill Hae-Jun. But Seung-Hyo felt he had no right because he was nobody to Seok-Ryu. According to Mo-im, he was the son of Seok-Ryu's mother's friend and had been friends since childhood. Friends are amazing things. One of the definitions is carrying their sadness. Mo-im felt frustrated seeing Seung-Hyo wasting time. And Seung-Hyo realized whether Mo-im knew his feelings. And Mo-im said honestly that she had peeked at the time capsule. Mo-im felt that only Seung-Hyo suffered because he buried his feelings. And Seung-Hyo asked Mo-im not to tell Seok-Ryu. Of course, Mo-im would support him and invite Seung-Hyo to save himself from unrequited love. Seok-Ryu asked why Hae-Jun came there. He answered that he wanted to breathe, eat and sleep again. Without Seok-Ryu, he couldn't survive and he asked Seok-Ryu to come back because he still loved Seok-Ryu. But Seok-Ryu thought everything was over. His feelings weren't love, it was just bad habits that has to be overcome. Seok-Ryu ran away from home and was in Mo-im's room. Mo-im knew there was Hae-Jun at home because Seung-Hyo told her. It turned out that when Mo-im asked if Seok-Ryu still loved her, she answered half right and wrong. Seok-Ryu likes spending time together, but she knows that some relationships are better to end. She tries to forget it and now Seok-Ryu feels much calmer. Hearing that Mo-im feels relieved because her feelings for her ex have faded a little. At that time, Seung-Hyo and Seok-Ryu looked at each other's cell phones and it seemed like they were waiting for each other's call. In the morning Seok-Ryu's father and mother enjoyed breakfast together. But Seok-Ryu's mother felt that she shouldn't have hit Hae-Jun. She didn't mind if they reconciled because Seok-Ryu's life would return to normal and she would return to US with her. Of course, her father was angry and refused Seok-Ryu return to the US. He had hurt Seok-Ryu and her father hated him. Suddenly her mother came into the room and asked Seok-Ryu to wear appropriate clothes. She felt that Seok-Ryu was always wandering around and wearing worn-out clothes and sandals. She also asked Seok-Ryu to wear makeup because she looked pale. Seok-Ryu felt strange with her mother's attitude.
실습 이러고 하냐고.
And when she left the house, Hae-In was already there waiting for her. It turns out that her mother has an ulterior motive by asking her to dress up. Seok-Ryu doesn't like seeing Hae-In, and at that time Seung-Hyo comes and asks Seok-Ryu to ride on his bike. He will take her to cooking class.
웬 자전거냐?
Seung-Hyo feels that Seok-Ryu's clothes and blushing cheeks are not suitable for taking cooking class. Seok-Ryu explains that her mother told her to. Hearing that Seung-Hyo is disappointed and doesn't want to eat the side dishes anymore. Then Seung-Hyo says that Seok-Ryu looks ugly and Seok-Ryu pinches him because he always jokes. And when the bike wobbles, Seok-Ryu holds Seung-Hyo tightly. Then Seung-Hyo asks why Hae-In came. Don't tell him, he wants to go back with Seok-Ryu. Seung-Hyo thinks Seok-Ryu is happy to meet him again after so long. They're not only dating, but also engaged. Why is Seok-Ryu tempted? Does she have no self-respect? Then Seok-Ryu asked him to stop and suddenly Seung-Hyo stopped his bike. Tae-Hui met Seung-Hyo at his office. She felt that Seung-Hyo seemed to be thinking about something else. Tae-Hui also felt that there was no romance if it burned too quickly. In her 20s, she expected everything to burn quickly. But now, she wants to focus on something warm and smooth, slow and long. And that's thanks to Seung-Hyo, but she won't ask Seung-Hyo to take responsibility, so don't be afraid. So, let's follow her heart and Seung-Hyo follows his. Seok-Ryu will also follow her heart. Seung-Hyo was shocked because Tae-Hui suddenly brought up Seok-Ryu and went off topic. And Tae-Hui felt that his ex-boyfriend immediately changed like a teenager when Seok-Ryu's name was mentioned. When Moim came out of the store, she saw a car accident. When she asked someone to call emergency, she saw Dan-ho and his daughter. She broke the car window using a hammer and took the unconscious man out of the car. Then Moim gives CPR and Yeon-do sees it. And finally, the man can be saved thanks to Moim. Hae-In calls Seok-Ryu, but she ignores him. Then Hae-In pretends to be sick so that Seok-Ryu approaches him. He apologizes because Seok-Ryu doesn't want to visit. Hae-In feels that he has messed up, but Seok-Ryu doesn't want to deal with him anymore. Then Hae-In invites her to eat for the last time. Dan-ho and his daughter wait for Moim when come home from work. It turns out that Yeon-do attentively puts ointment on Moim's wound. Yeon-do feels that Moim is very cool today. Even though there is no web coming out of her hand, she is cooler than Spider-Man. Moim is very happy to hear that and they invite her to go home together. Because Yeon-do has a cold, so the car's air conditioner is not turned on. Then Dan-ho takes off his jacket because it is hot. Dan-ho is curious if Moim is never afraid on duty. Moim never feels afraid, she is only afraid if she can't save the victim. Dan-ho feels that Moim is very brave and he admires her. He realized that he didn't have to look far for heroes because they were near them. Then Moim remembered seeing a real hero. When the road was jammed, someone got out of his car and directed the traffic to make way. He was like a superhero and Moim felt like she had found her dream man. She called him a mud man because at that time he was wearing a shirt that said, "I love you, mud." Hearing that, Dan-ho was shocked and broke suddenly. Then Moim saw that the shirt that Dan-ho was wearing was the same as the one worn by the mud man. Dan-ho explained that he was given the shirt by a community. And when she saw Dan-ho, Moim realized that the mud man was similar in height to Dan-ho. Moim and Dan-ho both acted awkward, and Dan-ho gave various ointments to treat Moim's wounds. Dan-ho asked Moim not to get hurt again. Moim was still in shock, because she just found out that reporter was a madman. And she felt her heart beating like a drum. Seung-Hyo felt worried, because Seok-Ryu was walking at night. Because the world is scary, but Seok-Ryu doesn't care. Seok-Ryu walks alone, but it was like someone was following her and she ran. But the person who chased her turned out to be Seung-Hyo. Because Seok-Ryu suddenly ran, so Seung-Hyo just chased her. Seung-Hyo felt that it was their problem, because their hearts couldn't be expressed, so they went around and ended up fighting. Then Seung-Hyo was going to answer when that night Seok-Ryu asked what he meant. But Seok-Ryu didn't want to, because at that time her mind was filled with various thoughts. She couldn't think clearly, so later. Not because of Hae-In, but many other things. And Seung-Hyo wanted to postpone answering it until her mind was not filled with thoughts. But Seung-Hyo asked if she would continue to meet Hae-In. Seok-Ryu replied that there was no such plan. Then Seung-Hyo invited her to go home. Seung-Hyo will be behind Seok-Ryu, so there is no need to look back and don't be afraid. Seung-Hyo's mother has a birthday today, but her husband is busy and immediately went to the hospital. Meanwhile Seung-Hyo left for work early. Then she asked in her chat group if her friends had plans tonight.
오늘 저녁에 뭐해?
Seung-Hyo and Tae-hui ate together and they saw Seok-Ryu eating with Hae-In. Seung-Hyo looked disappointed to see them and invited Tae-hui to sit at the table that had been ordered. It turned out that they ordered a table near Seok-Ryu's table. Hae-In saw the food that Seok-Ryu brought. It was japchae, the food that Seok-Ryu cooked at the place where she took the cooking class. Then Hae-In asked permission to taste the food that Seok-Ryu cooked. And at that time Seung-Hyo looked annoyed and Tae-hui knew it. Seung-Hyo sliced the steak hard until it was making a sound. Then Tae-hui talks about their coworkers, who are curious about their relationship. Tae-hui explains that Seung-Hyo is her ex-boyfriend, but they still like each other. Seung-Hyo asks Tae-hui not to lie, because he hates liars the most in this world. Not keeping promises is also a lie. Secretly meeting someone who she said she wouldn't meet. Hearing that, Seok-Ryu chokes, because she feels alluded to.
화장실 좀.
When Seok-Ryu comes out of the toilet, she meets Seung-Hyo. He is surprised because previously Seok-Ryu wouldn't meet him. But Seok-Ryu is also surprised because Seung-Hyo also met Tae-hui. Then Tae-hui comes and gives wine to Seok-Ryu. Seok-Ryu refuses it because she doesn't drink wine. Then Tae-hui asks her to give it to her boyfriend. But Seok-Ryu says he's not her boyfriend. And Tae-hui apologizes for thinking that he's Seok-Ryu's boyfriend.
사과는 받아줄게.
Hae-In takes Seok-Ryu home by car. He plans to treat Seok-Ryu again another time. But Seok-Ryu thought there was no next time, just this once. And Hae-In still tried to force her, but Seok-Ryu asked him to stop.
넌 여기 좀 내려줄래?
Seung-Hyo's mother got a message in the chat group. It turned out that they asked her to put the crab in the refrigerator because they were busy. She was annoyed because her friends didn't remember her birthday. And when she put the package in, suddenly her friends gave her a surprise and brought a birthday cake. Seung-Hyo's mother was touched and cried with the surprise party. She was also happy when Seung-Hyo sent a message containing birthday greetings. While her husband was busy looking for his wife's favorite flowers.
고맙다, 아들.
Seung-Hyo was at the swimming pool and his teacher came to congratulate him for winning the design contest. She asked Seung-Hyo to tell Seok-Ryu. Because she had asked the results of the contest several times, whether Seung-Hyo had won the competition. She would have been happy if she knew Seung-Hyo had won the design contest. Then when Seung-Hyo was alone, he remembered her friend's words to save himself alone and brave with his feelings. Then he called Seok-Ryu and asked where she was.
가게 내 연습 중이야.
And when Seung-Hyo's father brought flowers, he saw his wife with a man in front of his house. He felt disappointed, seeing the two of them. Seung-Hyo thought there were many opportunities to express his feelings. That is when they graduated from high school and became adults. Then on the ice cream day, tasted sweet and cherry blossoms, bloomed in spring, when they were 20 years old. That night at the food stall, when she said she would go to the US.
대박이지 않냐?
Then tonight, Seung-Hyo will not delay it anymore. He lied to himself and it was because he was afraid. So, this time he will say it. When he said Seok-Ryu made him crazy, what he meant was that he liked her.
널 좋아해.
After Seung-Hyo expressed his feelings to Seok-Ryu. Suddenly Seok-Ryu became nervous. She held the pot that was just boiling. Of course, her hand was blistered because of the heat. Seung-Hyo immediately held her hand and poured water on it. Seok-Ryu felt Seung-Hyo's warm hand. And Seung-Hyo was worried that her hand would leave a mark. Seok-Ryu could already guess that when she decided to cook, she would get hurt taking care of water, fire and oil. But still Seung-Hyo always worried about her, because from the past until now Seok-Ryu always didn't take care of her attitude, starting from her attitude to her mother and also to many other people. So, Seung-Hyo hoped that there would be good people around her. He also asked Seok-Ryu to pay attention to his feelings and he would give her time to answer. Seung-Hyo gave a gift to his mother which he put on her dressing table. The gift was a very beautiful necklace, and his mother really liked it. While her husband returned to the hospital. His fellow doctors wondered why he returned, because previously he seemed to have an important event. He also answered that he was wrong, he thought it was all over but it seems not. Seok-Ryu thought Seung-Hyo might not know, but she was the one who liked him first. The incident happened when she was little and she slowly forgot about it. Strangely, the feeling is still very clear.
최승효잖아.
While Seung-Hyo still can't believe his actions. He is confused whether he was too hasty and made her confused. But he feels like he has done his best, he can't hesitate forever. He feels like he's lost his mind because of Seok-Ryu. How will he face Seok-Ryu tomorrow? In the room, Seok-Ryu was practicing slicing using a knife, while Seung-Hyo banged his head because he was still thinking about Seok-Ryu. They both couldn't sleep and checked each other's bedroom windows. In the morning, his mother saw that Seung-Hyo looked tired. And Seung-Hyo reasoned that he was just a little busy. He was happy when he saw the necklace that his mother was wearing. His mother was very happy and she thanked her son. His mother would remember it forever and Seung-Hyo promised to buy a better one next time. When his father came home, Seung-Hyo said that his mother had a birthday yesterday, but his father only apologized for being too busy so he forgot. Seok-Ryu tried to cover her eye bags and at that time she saw Seung-Hyo's tie. She wondered why he was wiping her nosebleed with a tie. She also planned to return his tie. Her mother was curious when she saw Seok-Ryu not wearing a shirt. And her mother also smelled a very fragrant perfume. Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo met in front of the house. They looked awkward. When discussing about sleeping last night, they both explained that they slept soundly last night, even though they couldn't sleep. Then Seok-Ryu returned Seung-Hyo's clean tie. But Seung-Hyo actually hoped that the tie wasn't clean so that it could be buried with it. Seok-Ryu felt strange, because Seung-Hyo suddenly discussed a funeral. Seok-Ryu was sure that their ages would reach 100 years. Hearing that, Seung-Hyo teased Seok-Ryu that they would live together for 100 years. Seok-Ryu became even more nervous. Then she asked permission to give an answer later. Seung-Hyo asked her to think about it carefully. Then they looked for food or drinks that had an expiration date. The time to consider the answer was the same as the expiration date of the food or drink. Seok-Ryu looked for the one that had long expiration date, but Seung-Hyo looks for one with a short expiration date. And when she saw Seung-Hyo, Seok-Ryu's heart beat fast. She then left Seung-Hyo. Of course, Seung-Hyo was confused because Seok-Ryu suddenly disappeared.
죄송합니다.
Dan-ho planned to write an article based on a real experience. He asked his boss's permission to write the article. It turned out he would be an emergency response officer for one day. Moim was a bit surprised, but Dan-ho promised not to bother her. Moim also doubted that he would be able to lift heavy weights. Then Dan-ho did push-ups in front of Moim. He wanted to explain the misunderstanding, so that Moim would be sure of his stamina. And when she saw Dan-ho's muscles, Moim felt awkward and asked him to stop.
책임지고 도와드릴 겁니다.
Hae-Jun invited Mrs. Misak to meet. Mrs. Misak was disappointed because they cancelled the engagement. Hae-Jun apologized for not being able to give a reason. Hearing that Mrs. Misak feels that she can't fix their relationship anymore. Hae-Jun explains that he never hated Seok-Ryu and still loves her. And when Mr. Bae passed by, he saw his wife, who was in a cafe with Hae-Jun. Seung-Hyo sent a photo to Seok-Ryu of milk with an expiration date only 11 days. Of course, Seok-Ryu didn't accept it because he chose a short expiration date. Friends in the cooking class were shocked to hear Seok-Ryu's screams.
잘 있어라.
Mr. Bae was waiting for his wife at home. He waited for his wife's answer, who had just met Hae-Jun. Why did his wife treat him as Seok-Ryu's father? His wife explained that he still loves Seok-Ryu and wants to return to the US together. Hearing that, Mr. Bae became very angry. Why is his wife so obsessed with Seok-Ryu going to the US? Does she want to sell her daughter? Mrs. Misak explained that she didn't want Seok-Ryu to fail and live like her. She didn't want Seok-Ryu to be poor and miserable.
아무것도 모르면서.
Dongjin talked to his mother. He wanted to be an influencer and needed a lot of followers. That's why he needed money to buy followers. Then after that he would look for sponsors to sell products on a platform. Seok-Ryu came and immediately hit her younger brother. She said, even parasites still have a conscience. Why did he depend on his parents all his life? Doesn't he feel sorry for his mother? Their mother felt a headache hearing them fight. Seok-Ryu felt that her mother always spoiled him, so he acted like that. Her mother was like that because there was a hole in Dongjin's heart. But Seok-Ryu felt that Dongjin's heart had closed and he was healthy. Her mother still defended him because her son was sick. And Seok-Ryu felt that being sick was that important. Seung-Hyo sent a message to Seok-Ryu that said, 10 more days, enjoy today. Seok-Ryu saw it with excitement because he also sent an emoji. And at that time, she met Hae-Jun. He gave jasmine tea to Seok-Ryu because Seok-Ryu used to really like it. And Seung-Hyo told Tae-Hui that he had confessed his feelings to Seok-Ryu. Tae-Hui was curious about her reaction, but she didn't answer. So that's how it ended. That's why men and women can't be friends. But the reason Seung-Hyo can't be friends with Seok-Ryu is not because she's a woman. It's because she's Bae Seok-Ryu. Tae-hui was angry, but she agreed, because she didn't feel like Seung-Hyo betrayed her. Seung-Hyo was a good man when they were dating, while Tae-hui was very emotional. That might be why she can't forget Seung-Hyo. But Seung-Hyo might also be dumped by Seok-Ryu. Because the man at the restaurant looked great, he was sexy, mature and established. Is Seung-Hyo feels threatened? She then asked Seung-Hyo to contact friends if the relationship doesn't go well. Seung-Hyo is curious because Tae-hui always thinks negatively. While on the way, Mrs. Misak sees Seok-Ryu coming out of a place. She asks what place it is, and Seok-Ryu's teacher explains that it is a culinary school that holds cooking classes. Seok-Ryu's mother looks shocked and immediately meets her husband. Seung-Hyo is asked to come home by Dongjin because he has something to ask. Seok-Ryu feels unbelievable with her brother who also asks him. Then her mother comes home and immediately takes out the contents of Seok-Ryu's bag. Her mother finds a book about culinary and asks why Seok-Ryu brought the book. Seok-Ryu answered, because she wanted to cook. Her mother was even more shocked when Seung-Hyo found out. Seok-Ryu explained that Seung-Hyo was not wrong because it was her business and her dream. She intended to tell them after getting her certification. She had worked hard to find her dream. Her father then asked about her studies and experiences. Her father couldn't believe it and thought that Seok-Ryu was a smart idiot. Does she think she can handle that kind of job with that mentality? Seok-Ryu could only stare at her father, and then Dongjin came. She thought her parents were too hard on her. Why are the standards different between Dongjin and her? Do they know why Seok-Ryu works hard? It's because they suffer a lot because of Dongjin. She doesn't want to add to their burden. But they still give her brother freedom and don't give her any room to make mistakes. Why can't she do what she wants? Her father gave her the freedom to do anything, as long as it wasn't cooking. He wasn't allowed to because his father had tried. Hearing that, Seok-Ryu was disappointed and left the house. Seung-Hyo chased after her and asked her to leave. Seung-Hyo felt that knowing everything in detail about their past was not beneficial for him. At that time the leaves were falling and Seok-Ryu tried to catch them. It seemed like she was feeling better. But Seok-Ryu was a little embarrassed. How could Seung-Hyo see all the embarrassing things in her life? She thought that venting would make her feel relieved, but it turned out to be worse. Seung-Hyo felt that parents were not always right, they also did wrong to their children. When arguing with them, we feel guilty for no reason. Seok-Ryu was surprised how Seung-Hyo could know. Had he ever fought with his parents? She thought Seung-Hyo's parents were careful in speaking and he also didn't have a stupid younger sibling. Seok-Ryu was confused. Where would she practice cooking now? Then Seung-Hyo offers to practice in his office kitchen. She can practice after everyone leaves. Seung-Hyo also reminds Seok-Ryu that there are only 9 days left because it's already midnight. Dan-ho prepares to become an emergency response. Moim explains about the basic equipment used. Before finishing explaining, suddenly there is an emergency call and they rush off. There is a man who is attacked by beasts and Dan-ho is asked to come over to help him. Seung-Hyo calls Seok-Ryu and offers her cooking practice at his office. But it turns out that Seok-Ryu comes with Hae-In. Of course, Seung-Hyo wonders why Seok-Ryu came with him. It turns out that Hae-In is there to consult about architecture. Hae-in plans to build a vacation home for his parents. While he was consulting, suddenly Myung-woo got a call and had to go back home. So, he asked Hae-in to finish the consultation with Seung-Hyo. And Seung-Hyo immediately refused to work on it. He also asked him not to appear in front of Seok-Ryu because their relationship is over. But Hae-in feels that their relationship is too strong to be broken that easily. And Seung-Hyo will see what their relationship is like. But Seung-Hyo doesn't want to know about their past. Because he believes Seok-Ryu's words. They sit side by side watching Seok-Ryu, who was cooking. Suddenly they smelled a delicious and savory smell, like caramel. It turned out that Seung-Hyo brought popcorn that he kept in his bag. When Seok-Ryu wanted to eat, Hae-in didn't allow it because the food was unhealthy. But Seok-Ryu still ate it and liked it. Seung-Hyo was happy because Seok-Ryu liked it and Hae-in just kept quiet. Finally, Dan-ho finished carrying out his duties as an emergency response officer. Moim felt like Dan-ho was going to faint from exhaustion. His face was also bruised from a bee sting. Then Moim's boss invited him to eat together. They enjoyed eating meat and Dan-ho would make an article that was in accordance with the field. That they lacked time to eat and also to the bathroom. And Dan-ho also asked about the difficulties they faced while on duty. It turned out that most of them had difficulty dating because they were too busy. Most of them dated their office friends. But Moim never did that. Then one of her colleagues said that Moim likes the man she calls madman. Hearing that, Moim and Dan-ho became embarrassed. Finally, Seok-Ryu's cooking was cooked and she served it to them both. When they tasted it, Seok-Ryu suddenly had pain in her stomach. Seung-Hyo held her hand and took her to the hospital. But Seok-Ryu let go of Seung-Hyo's hand and asked Hae-in to hold her. Hae-in took her to the hospital and Seung-Hyo could only look at them. It turns out that 3 years ago, she had surgery in the US. And had surgery because she had stage 2 stomach cancer. 70% of her stomach was removed and she underwent chemotherapy. When Seok-Ryu found out he had stomach cancer, she couldn't believe it. She felt like she hadn't slept enough, she hadn't eaten regularly, she was also too stressed. When she looked out the window, the sky was very bright and at that time she was 30 years old. Seok-Ryu was shocked when she found out that the hospital she went to was the hospital where Seung-Hyo's father worked. She didn't realize it because at that time she was panicking. Then the doctor explained the results of her test. And when she left the hospital, Hae-in was waiting for her. He was very worried about Seok-Ryu, then Seung-Hyo also came. He was also very worried and curious about Seok-Ryu's illness. But Seok-Ryu didn't tell him the truth, she just said she was fine. They both invited Seok-Ryu to go home together and Seok-Ryu didn't care who she would go home with. But then she decided to go home with Seung-Hyo because their houses were in the same direction. Back when she was in the US, Seok-Ryu told Hae-in that she had stomach cancer. She was very scared and Hae-in would help her so she could recover. Hae-in will also apply for leave with Seok-Ryu, so he can accompany Seok-Ryu.
내가 네 옆에 있을 거야.
When Seok-Ryu wanted to tell her mother by phone, she didn't tell her, she only told her that she couldn't make calls for a while. She gave the reason that she was starting a very important new project. Her mother felt that her work was more important, so she wouldn't bother her. Her mother only reminded her not to be late for meals and to take care of her health. Seok-Ryu could only hold back her tears and hung up the phone. She intended to tell her family when she recovered. When they arrived, Seung-Hyo opened the car door for Seok-Ryu. She felt strange because Seung-Hyo had never done that before. This princess-like treatment felt strange, but Seung-Hyo did that because Hae-In was like that to Seok-Ryu. Seung-Hyo played baseball because he was disappointed with Seok-Ryu's attitude. Then Moim came and she joined in. She was curious about Seung-Hyo's different attitude. Was it because of Seok-Ryu? Seung-Hyo explains that Seok-Ryu went to the hospital with Hae-In and not with him. Moim is curious why Seok-Ryu chose Hae-In at that time. Should Moim interfere? But Seung-Hyo asked her to forget it even though his feelings were chaotic because he felt jealous. Actually, Seung-Hyo wanted to know why Seok-Ryu and Hae-In's relationship ended, but he couldn't ask because he felt their relationship was over. There was a gap between Seok-Ryu and himself and there was also Hae-In in it. There was a part of Seok-Ryu that he didn't know. Moim understood what Seung-Hyo felt and asked him to stay enthusiastic and not give up. No one cares about Seok-Ryu and her mother won't forbid her from taking cooking classes. It's something they do to survive and it's a great hobby. Her mother also won't force her to go to the US again, but to find a job here. Seok-Ryu can relax for a while but she has a lot of experience, so think about the future. But Seok-Ryu feels that her future is cooking. She's not lost and her path is right. She runs here and there, but finally finds her way. Her mother feels that her advice is not being listened to anymore.
왜 이렇게 늦게 나와?
Seung-Hyo is already waiting for Seok-Ryu in front of the house. He heard Seok-Ryu arguing with her mother again. Then Seung-Hyo invites her to eat. Seung-Hyo feels Seok-Ryu is messy like porridge, so he chooses that breakfast. And when Seok-Ryu tastes it, she likes it because it tastes very delicious. Seung-Hyo knows that and he will not choose a place carelessly. Seok-Ryu eats it greedily until it is finished. But suddenly her stomach has a problem and she will go to the bathroom. In the toilet, she feels a stomachache because she eats too fast. And she experiences dumping syndrome again. Seung-Hyo waits for Seok-Ryu and gives her the bag. He also gives various medicines for Seok-Ryu. Drink according to the symptoms experienced by Seok-Ryu.
많이 드셨네, 바보가.
After Seok-Ryu finishes the cooking class, Hae-In is already waiting for her. Hae-In feels Seok-Ryu's smile is very sweet, like before. Seok-Ryu is smart, positive and full of energy. Then Hae-In gives a brochure about a cooking school in the US. And inside there is also Seok-Ryu's engagement ring that he left behind. He asks Seok-Ryu to start over again. And at that time Seok-Ryu wears the ring. Seok-Ryu gives Seung-Hyo ice cream and they chat together. Suddenly Seok-Ryu says that Hae-In proposed her. Hearing that, Seung-Hyo feels annoyed with Hae-In. Seok-Ryu thinks that when he proposed to her the second time, maybe it wasn't too late. He keeps bringing her to the happy times. Seok-Ryu also remembers all the forgotten memories. Even though Seung-Hyo is here now and even though Seung-Hyo confessed his feelings. That's why Seok-Ryu went with him and not with Seung-Hyo. Seok-Ryu thinks that a person is most fragile and honest when they are sick. Unconsciously, she wants to lean on Hae-In. For her, Seung-Hyo just childhood friend and successful son of her mother's friend. Seung-Hyo feels Seok-Ryu is very cruel. How could she make Seung-Hyo speechless? It doesn't matter if he's not the one, but don't teach him about his feelings. No matter how much he likes Seok-Ryu, she has no right to do that. There is a problem with the project that Seung-Hyo and the team are working on. They have to stop the construction because the district office has complained. Although they had previously received approval, there are neighbors who protested. That means they have to start from the beginning again. While they were looking for proof of approval, one of the staff lost the proof. He had looked for it in various places, but couldn't find it. Myung-woo was very angry because of that, and Seung-Hyo calmed him down. And Seung-Hyo asked the staff to find the answer, the mistake he made.
미치겠다, 진짜.
Mrs. Misak sees Seung-Hyo and invites him to eat at her house. Seung-Hyo apologizes for not telling her about Seok-Ryu. Because Seok-Ryu is really serious, Seung-Hyo asks her to give Seok-Ryu some leeway. Mrs. Misak didn't answer it. She was going to leave because there was a community meeting. She asked Seung-Hyo to finish his food. While he was eating, suddenly Seok-Ryu came. He didn't know that Seok-Ryu was at home. When Seok-Ryu saw milk in the refrigerator, she asked Seung-Hyo to throw away the milk that he saved. She would have answered it earlier, that for her, Seung-Hyo was just a friend. She apologized and couldn't reconsider. Seok-Ryu thought they would be awkward for a few days, but it would get better. Their friendship wouldn't be destroyed that easily because of something like that. But Seung-Hyo thought there was no more friendship. It turned out that when Seok-Ryu saw Hae-In, it was like he was kissing another woman. They weren't kissing, but Hae-In was putting on her contact lenses. Hae-In was embarrassed because Seok-Ryu appeared like that in front of his friends. As his fiancé, Seok-Ryu should have understood his perspective. But as his sick fiancé, Hae-In just wanted to party. He didn't care about Seok-Ryu's feelings. But Hae-In feels that he has sacrificed a lot when Seok-Ryu is sick. He took care of her and his life was put on hold because he couldn't spend time with his friends. But suddenly Seok-Ryu became depressed. Her treatment is over, but now Seok-Ryu is not herself. She is not Seok-Ryu that Hae-In knew. Seok-Ryu feels like she has just witnessed their downfall. And when Hae-In gave her another ring, Seok-Ryu felt that the ring was too big. They could have fixed the ring, but not their relationship. Hae-In apologized for what happened in the past. But Seok-Ryu felt that he didn't need to apologize. Because it was too heavy for her, she was worried that the incident would happen again. She also hasn't fully recovered from always being close to death. Therefore, she doesn't need love anymore. The rest of her stomach can barely digest her dreams. The staff gave Seung-Hyo a resignation letter because he felt he hadn't found an answer. Then Myung-woo took the letter and burned it. It turned out that they had resolved their problems. Seung-Hyo thought the staff was an important member of the atelier. For them, he is more important than profit and loss. Make sure to learn from the mistake, face the challenge and find the right answer. They think Seung-Hyo is very cool. But Nayeon sees eye bags and Seung-Hyo looks pale. But Seung-Hyo feels fine until when he stands up, he almost falls. While sleeping at home, Seung-Hyo dreams of his mother living with a man. Then Seok-Ryu comes and calms him down. She's always there when Seung-Hyo needs someone. Then Seung-Hyo wakes up and sees his mother there. When he wakes up again, he sees Seok-Ryu beside him. Finally, Seung-Hyo wakes up and sees Seok-Ryu sleeping there. Seung-Hyo thinks Seok-Ryu is always there when he is sick. Then Seok-Ryu wakes up and asks if Seung-Hyo is getting better. Seok-Hyo felt unhappy because Seok-Ryu entered his room. It turned out that Myung-woo told him that Seok-Hyo almost fainted. Then he went to Seok-Hyo's house, but no one opened the door. That's why she was in Seok-Hyo's room. She was angry because Seok-Hyo didn't contact her when he was sick. Seok-Hyo emphasized that he wouldn't contact her again. No matter what the reason, he wouldn't contact her again. But even if he broke up, at least eat first. Seok-Ryu looked for food in the refrigerator, but the refrigerator was empty. And when Seok-Hyo took Seok-Ryu's bag, he saw a document from the hospital. He was shocked when he read the diagnosis of Seok-Ryu's illness. Then Seok-Ryu returned to the room and saw Seok-Hyo reading her diagnosis. Seok-Hyo looked angry and asked what did it mean. That's why Seok-Ryu didn't want to tell Seok-Hyo that she used to be sick, but now she's fine. Seok-Hyo was very sad to know that why Seok-Ryu didn't tell him. Does he mean nothing as a friend? Seok-Ryu just doesn't want to burden him. When Seok-Ryu is about to leave, Seok-Hyo take her hand. He can't wait any longer. How could Seok-Ryu do that to him? How long is she going to delay this? How long is she going to hide it? How can she experience it without telling anyone? Because stomach cancer surgery is serious. And at that time Seok-Ryu's mother and Seok-Hyo's mother came and heard that. Mrs. Misak asked who had stomach cancer. Seok-Ryu could only cry and her mother hugged her. Honestly, Seok-Ryu wanted to tell Seok-Hyo first. If she did, would the cancer seem like no big deal? Could she forget and get back up? She was serious when she said she wanted to leave.
살고 싶었다.
After finding out that Seok-Ryu had stomach cancer, her mother wants to take her to the hospital. But Seok-Ryu was fine, so there was no need to go to the hospital. Because she had surgery 3 years ago in the US. Her mother didn't believe it. How could she not know? Seok-Ryu could only apologize and Seok-Hyo told her that he had just found out. Her younger brother and father were confused when they heard that Seok-Ryu had cancer. Her mother explained that Seok-Ryu had stomach cancer and had surgery without their knowledge. They were shocked and couldn't believe what happened. Her mother went to Seok-Ryu's room and found some medicine. She also saw the scar on Seok-Ryu's stomach. Seok-Ryu explained that she was no longer sick and it was just liver supplements, probiotics, and vitamins. She had surgery and had also undergone chemotherapy as a preventive measure. And Hyun-jun stayed with her when she was sick. Then, Seok-Ryu didn't want to make him suffer anymore, so she cancelled the wedding. Her mother couldn't believe it. How could Seok-Ryu hide it from them? If a child is sick, parents will explore the moon or Mars for her. How cruel Seok-Ryu was not to tell her mother when she was sick. While crying, Seok-Ryu could only apologize to her mother and father. She couldn't tell her parents and wanted to tell them after getting better.
걱정 안 해도 돼.
Her younger brother felt very sad and cried alone. While her father cried alone outside the house while holding a cigarette. And her mother felt very sorry because previously she always forced Seok-Ryu to return to the US. She didn't care about her daughter who had difficulties while working in the US. Why did her daughter have cancer? Why did she have to be sick like that? She just works hard and never does anything wrong. His mother wonders if Seok-Hyo doesn't know, because 3 years ago, he went to the US for business. It turns out that when he was in the US, Seok-Hyo saw a short-haired Seok-Ryu with a man. Because of that he didn't meet Seok-Ryu. And now Seok-Hyo regrets it. He should have run to Seok-Ryu. He should have said that Seok-Ryu was thin and looked tired. Seung-Hyo should have asked, is she okay? Seok-Ryu once sent a message when Seung-Hyo was working in the US, but he ignored it. After that, Seok-Ryu also kept contacting Seung-Hyo, but he still ignored it. He also didn't reply to Seok-Ryu's birthday greetings for him. She was sick, without anyone knowing, and alone for a long time. When Seung-Hyo was hurt, only Seok-Ryu dragged him out of his cave. However, she sent all those signals in the dark and all were missed by him. Seung-Hyo's mother called Mo-Im's mother. She told her that Seok-Ryu had stomach cancer. And at that time Mo-Im heard her mother's conversation on the phone. She was very shocked and went straight to Seok-Ryu's room. She asked why Seok-Ryu kept it a secret. Did she think Mo-Im would feel sorry for her if she confessed? Seok-Ryu knows that she deserves to be scolded. Even though Mo-Im is an emergency medical officer, she can't help her. Actually, there are many signs that Seok-Ryu only drinks non-alcoholic beer and doesn't eat spicy food. Mo-Im should have known that. But she won't cry, she will only hug Seok-Ryu. Seok-Ryu has faced many things, both physically and mentally. Mo-Im feels that Seok-Ryu's chest is very flat and she doesn't feel anything. She means Seok-Ryu is too thin, and then Seok-Ryu asks Mo-Im to treat her. While at the hospital, Seung-Hyo's father saw a patient named Bae Seok-Ryu, who had been operated on for stomach cancer. Then he called Seung-Hyo and asked him to meet. Even though Seung-Hyo is his son, his father couldn't give the patient information. His father likes Seok-Ryu and asks Seung-Hyo to take her to the hospital. His father promises to make sure she is healthy. Dan-ho sees and calls Mo-Im, but she doesn't hear Dan-ho's call. When Dan-ho patting her shoulder, she instead dropped Dan-ho. And at that time Mo-Im was crying with earphones in her ears. Then she took Dan-ho to his house. Who would have thought Dan-ho would feel the power of a black belt? When Mo-Im wanted to look for a patch, Dan-ho held her hand and asked her to sit down. He was curious why Mo-Im was crying. He said that this was a popular place to listen to other people's problems. But Mo-Im felt that the security there was messy because she had heard Dan-ho and Seung-Hyo's conversation. Then she told him about her childhood friend who used to live in the US. That her friend had cancer surgery 3 years ago and she just found out. But she acted like her friend was fine. Because of her job, Mo-Im saw many sick people. Many people were on the verge of death. But she never imagined that Seok-Ryu was one of them. Mo-Im told her that she wouldn't cry, but Mo-Im couldn't stop crying. Dan-ho told her that Mo-Im could cry here secretly, then smile widely after that. He also asked Mo-Im to always be with Seok-Ryu. Being with someone who came back from the brink of death is a miracle. That's what his daughter means to him. 2 years ago, his wife and daughter had an accident. His wife didn't survive, while his daughter underwent surgery in the hospital. Yeondu miraculously survived the accident and came back to him. So, he knows how precious every morning is, waking up, preparing breakfast and running to the daycare. Then Mo-Im holds his face and says, "Why are you holding back your tears?" Seeing Dan-ho crying, Mo-Im suddenly kisses him. And then Mo-Im butts his head and leaves him. Seok-Ryu meets Seung-Hyo on the street. Seok-Ryu wonders why Seung-Hyo didn't contact her. Is Seung-Hyo avoiding her? Because of her cancer, Seung-Hyo is disturbed looking at her. He is confused whether to comfort or support Seok-Ryu. At home it is also like that. Her mother is crying, her father is worried, and even Dongjin is pale with fear. It is very uncomfortable, because they are careful around her. Seok-Ryu had expected this would happen, so she kept it a secret. But Seung-Hyo thinks, Seok-Ryu only thinks about herself. She is a coward and pathetic, weak and hypocritical. She hurts the people who love her. In her loneliest and most difficult times, she chooses to be alone. When things are difficult, we lean on those closest to us. But Seok-Ryu feels that if she is sick then they will be sick too. If she falls, they will fall like dominoes. But according to Seung-Hyo, if they fall and down together, then they will rise again. Seok-Ryu always does for Seung-Hyo. Seok-Ryu always helps him and accompanies him. Why doesn't Seok-Ryu give him the same opportunity? Why can't he do the same? Hearing all that makes Seok-Ryu run away and leave him.
거기 서라고!
And at that time Seung-Hyo met Hae-In. Hae-In should have done the same as Seung-Hyo before. He should have shouted, been angry, and also honest. Then Seung-Hyo asked if Seok-Ryu was in pain before. And Seok-Ryu bravely went through it. A year after her surgery, she was depressed. Hae-In didn't know and she was devastated alone.
혼자 무너지고 있었다는 걸.
Moim didn't go out of the house because she saw Dan-ho and Yeon-do. She felt like she couldn't greet Yeon-do because of her careless lips. It all happened because she was thinking a lot, so it was a bit chaotic. Yeon-do wondered why she was hiding. She then told her father that Moim hid after seeing them. Dan-ho just smiled and invited Yeon-do to run because they almost late. Her mother looked for Seok-Ryu and found her cell phone, which contained a message from the hospital that the biopsy results were complete. Then her mother called Seung-Hyo and said that Seok-Ryu had disappeared. Seung-Hyo immediately rushed to look for Seok-Ryu in various places, but couldn't find her. Then he went to the beach and saw Seok-Ryu sitting on the edge of the beach. Seung-Hyo called her and was angry because she left without telling the others. She also disappeared without bringing her cell phone. Seok-Ryu came to the beach because she was frustrated. She also needed to breathe. But Seung-Hyo felt suffocated until when Seok-Ryu will hide. It's about her emotional suffering, not her physical. Why didn't she tell him that Seok-Ryu was depressed? Why is Seok-Ryu so stupid? How much did she keep inside her tiny body? Seok-Ryu couldn't stand it anymore and decided to leave. But Seung-Hyo instead carried her and threw her into the beach. Seok-Ryu was angry because Seung-Hyo did something crazy. Seung-Hyo asked Seok-Ryu to scream like that. Everything that was bottled up let out all the bitterness inside her. So don't make up trying to carry it herself. Seok-Ryu felt that she was the one who was hurt. Why did Seung-Hyo yell at her? Seung-Hyo wasn't angry at Seok-Ryu, but at himself. Because he didn't realize Seok-Ryu was asking for help. Even though Seok-Ryu gave him a sign of difficulty, his eyes and ears were closed. He felt very sad, frustrated and useless. Hearing that Seok-Ryu hit Seung-Hyo for not replying to her messages. Why ignored her calls? Seok-Ryu can't tell anyone and feels scared to be alone. She is very worried that her parents will collapse if she tells. She thinks over and over again whether to tell Seung-Hyo. She feels that Seung-Hyo doesn't know her feelings. And Seung-Hyo can't say anything and can only watch Seok-Ryu cry. Seung-Hyo gives Seok-Ryu banana milk. Seok-Ryu is curious about how Seung-Hyo can find her. It turns out that it is the place where Seok-Ryu ran away when she was in high school. Seok-Ryu asks to forget it because she is not brave enough. But Seung-Hyo feels that Seok-Ryu is too kind. Because she is angry and feels that everything is unfair, but doesn't want her parents worry. Then Seung-Hyo asks her to contact his father because the biopsy results are out. Call now while Seung-Hyo is around. Don't worry about what will happen. Call and Seung-Hyo will stay by her side. Then Seok-Ryu contacts Seung-Hyo's father. And the results of Seok-Ryu's biopsy showed nothing, it was just an infection and she was clean. Hearing that, Seung-Hyo was very relieved and hugged Seok-Ryu. And Seok-Ryu was surprised because she was suddenly hugged by Seung-Hyo. Seung-Hyo asked permission to hug her for a while. Seok-Ryu told him that Moim also did the same thing. They showed friendship with hugs. But Seung-Hyo felt that they were no longer friends. When he arrived in front of the house, Seung-Hyo did not stop and pass Seok-Ryu's house. It turned out that her family was waiting at Seok-Ryu's father's shop. But the cake candles had not been lit and they were looking for a lighter. The candles had not been lit, but they had already arrived. And they failed to give a surprise party for Seok-Ryu. Seok-Ryu felt that it was very tacky and it turned out that it was Seung-Hyo's idea. Previously, Seung-Hyo called Seok-Ryu's mother to give her a surprise party. Although it was late, they did nothing when she came home. Before enjoying dinner together, Mrs. Misak gives a welcoming speech. They are one family. Family doesn't only share good times. Family also shares hard times, sadness and hurt together. So, from now on there are no more secrets. And they enjoy dinner happily. Hae-In sees Seok-Ryu and her family who are happy. Then he calls Seok-Ryu and he is happy because Seok-Ryu picks up his phone. Hae-In will return to the US and this call may be the last call. He loved Seok-Ryu very much in the past, but the way he loves her is wrong. He only focuses on making Seok-Ryu rise again. He doesn't think about falling down with Seok-Ryu. He just realized who Seok-Ryu needs and where is the place Seok-Ryu needs. Hae-In apologizes for not understanding her suffering and not being able to accept her as she is. But Seok-Ryu feels that sick she uses it as an excuse to exploit him. She is busy with her emotions until she doesn't realize how lonely Hae-In is. Hae-In asks Seok-Ryu not to regret their time together. Let's remember that Hae-In once became everything to her and vice versa. Seung-Hyo got a message and suddenly entered Seok-Ryu's room and asked her to go. Seok-Ryu was confused because she wasn't dressed up. It turned out that Seung-Hyo invited her to the airport and called Hae-In. Previously Hae-In sent a message to Seung-Hyo that he would return to the US and asked him to take care of Seok-Ryu. Seung-Hyo invited Seok-Ryu so he could say goodbye, but he asked Hae-In to keep his distance. He also thanked Hae-In for accompanying Seok-Ryu first. Seung-Hyo felt more petty, childish and impatient than Seok-Ryu thought. But he felt that his actions were right so he invited Seok-Ryu to say goodbye. Seok-Ryu would have dressed up if she had known she would come here. She looked disheveled for the last meeting. But Hae-In said Seok-Ryu was beautiful, he had never seen Seok-Ryu this bright. Seok-Ryu thanked him for everything. Then Hae-In invited her to shake hands for last time. Hae-In asked Seok-Ryu to be happy and not sick anymore. It seems like Seok-Ryu has found someone who is right for her. Then Hae-In said goodbye to Seok-Ryu. And Seok-Ryu cried seeing Hae-In leave. Seung-Hyo saw Seok-Ryu crying and covered her with his coat. With Seung-Hyo's understanding nature, she cried for a long time that day. After a while, she appeared with puffy eyes. And walked out the door with him. When she woke up, Seok-Ryu saw her puffy eyes. Then she put on a face mask. And when she saw the photo of the milk that Seung-Hyo stored, she remembered that today was the expiration date of the milk. And Seok-Ryu felt that she had answered it at that time, so it was over. When she opened the window, Seung-Hyo was shocked to see Seok-Ryu wearing a mask and compared it to Shrek. Hearing that, Seok-Ryu could not accept it and about to hit Seung-Hyo. But then her mother called her and told her to eat. Seung-Hyo's mother remembered the incident with her husband, that her husband asked for a divorce, because during their time as husband and wife they were rarely together and were only busy with their respective jobs. And in the morning, she met her husband and said that she would be assigned back to Africa. So, she asked for news when the divorce documents were ready. Seung-Hyo joined breakfast with Seok-Ryu's family. When her husband and children did not like Mrs. Misak's cooking, Seung-Hyo did the opposite. He really liked Mrs. Misak's cooking and happy with the togetherness of the Seok-Ryu family. When he saw the photo of the Seok-Ryu family, he seemed jealous of them. Seung-Hyo approached her when Seok-Ryu was reading a French cookbook. But she didn't know the meaning. Then Seung-Hyo interpreted the title of the name of the dish. Then Seok-Ryu asked him to read the book for her. But it was too thick, so it would take a long time. Seok-Ryu asked him to read it slowly, and then she recorded Seung-Hyo's voice. Seok-Ryu listened to him enthusiastically, and then Seok-Ryu fell asleep. When Seok-Ryu woke up, she saw Seung-Hyo sleeping beside her. She saw a rainbow shadow on his neck and touched it. Then Seung-Hyo woke up and Seok-Ryu explained that she couldn't resist touching him when she saw the rainbow shadow. But Seung-Hyo felt hot and planned to put up a canopy there. Then he left Seok-Ryu.
신기하네.
When Seung-Hyo wanted to go out, he hit the gate because Moim suddenly opened the door. Seung-Hyo was very dizzy. Then Moim buys ice to compress Seung-Hyo's head. Moim instead mocks Seung-Hyo because she saw his face turning red at Seok-Ryu's house. She is curious about what happened to them, but Seung-Hyo ignores her. That's because Seok-Ryu cried for a long time when saying goodbye to Hae-in. So Seung-Hyo doesn't want to press her. It feels wrong to force her to answer. There are many things on her mind, so Seung-Hyo doesn't want to make it worse. Hearing that, Moim then gives Seung-Hyo a beer. And at that time, she saw Dan-ho passing by, and made her panic. Seung-Hyo is confused to see Moim's strange behavior running to avoid Dan-ho.
애는 착해요.
Seung-Hyo and his team discuss a request to build a building. A pianist wants to open a bookstore in the flower garden area in Taebaek, Gangwon province. Then Seung-Hyo has an idea to build a building that makes sound. They will use the wind to turn the building into an instrument. A bookstore specifically for pianists, and Seung-Hyo asks one of his staff to buy him a flute. Naeon is very happy when she sees Seung-Hyo's eyes. He is a handsome crazy man obsessed with work. When Seung-Hyo was about to leave, he got a call from his mother. She invited Seung-Hyo to have dinner with his father too. Dan-ho saw his daughter who looked sad. Yeon-do felt upset when her friend said she didn't have a mother. Her father couldn't do much because of that. He picked up Yeon-do because her nanny still had a back injury. He was confused about getting a new nanny. Suddenly, Moim's mother came and offered to be her nanny. Then her mother asked Moim to look after her shop for a while, because she was going to take Yeon-do to eat ice cream. And Dan-ho suddenly shouted that he wanted to come along to buy ice cream. But Moim's mother convinced Dan-ho that she could take care of Yeon-do well. And the two of them were in one room and became awkward. Then Moim apologized about the other day, because she was just carried away by her feelings. She thought it was a kind of temporary madness. Then Dan Ho also apologized and felt wrong for not avoiding. Then they agreed that it was a shared mistake. Father, mother and also Seung-Hyo enjoyed dinner together at a restaurant that Seung-Hyo had ordered. And Seung-Hyo felt very happy because they could eat together at the restaurant. Then his mother said that she was assigned back to Africa and it was quite long. Seung-Hyo was a bit shocked and tried to cover it up by saying that he would visit his mother and would also invite his father. But his father said that they would divorce because their marriage had long been in disarray. They apologized to their son and hoped that Seung-Hyo would understand. And Seung-Hyo felt that it was their life, so there was no need to think about it. Then he said goodbye and left his father and mother. Seok-Ryu got a call from Seung-Hyo's cell phone. It turned out that Seung-Hyo was drunk and Seok-Ryu picked him up. The owner of the shop, who called Seok-Ryu because Seung-Hyo was very drunk. He looked restless and kept drinking, while his eyes were watery. Then the owner of the shop pressed the first number on his speed dial and it was Seok-Ryu's number. Then Seok-Ryu thanked her and tried to take Seung-Hyo to leave. But it turned out that Seung-Hyo hadn't paid, and when she saw her wallet in his pants pocket, then Seok-Ryu paid for the drink. Seok-Ryu felt very tired and sat Seung-Hyo down. Suddenly Seung-Hyo said he wouldn't go home. Then he told her that he had dinner with his parents. It was the first time since he graduated from college. Seung-Hyo felt that Seok-Ryu's family always ate together, but it was the hardest thing for him. He did it tonight, but they didn't finish their food. Seung-Hyo felt very jealous because Seok-Ryu had a family photo. While his family seemed to have everything, but in fact they had nothing. His parents were going to divorce, and he was afraid that day would come. Even though he was an adult, it still hurt. He knew that his father and mother had their own lives. However, rather than being happy apart, Seung-Hyo still hopes that they will be happy together. Hearing that, Seok-Ryu was speechless. Seung-Hyo was shocked and confused. When he woke up, he was already in his office. Then Seok-Ryu asked for transportation and medical expenses because she brought him from the food stall until her back was almost broken. And Seung-Hyo was going to pay for it, but Seok-Ryu wanted him to forget it. When she wanted to get water, Seok-Ryu saw the milk in the refrigerator. Why did Seung-Hyo still keep it even though it was expired? Seung-Hyo said that he forgot to throw it away. He asked Seok-Ryu if he acted stupidly when he was drunk. And Seok-Ryu felt that Seung-Hyo almost acted stupidly by telling his father and mother about his true feelings. Don't cry alone when his mother leaves first. Why is it so hard to say don't go? He kept urging Seok-Ryu to lean on him, but Seung-Hyo never leaned on Seok-Ryu. And Seung-Hyo felt that he had leaned on Seok-Ryu when Seok-Ryu carried him there. When Seok-Ryu was looking for something, she heard Seung-Hyo's mother's voice. It turned out that she said goodbye to Seok-Ryu's mother and left cosmetics to be shared with her other friends. Seok-Ryu saw and followed her when she was about to leave. Seok-Ryu was sad to see her leaving. And she didn't feel worried because she knew that Seok-Ryu would be fine. She always grateful that Seok-Ryu took good care of Seung-Hyo. Suddenly Seok-Ryu said that Seung-Hyo was sad. Seung-Hyo had always waited for his mother since he was little. He was like a child playing hide and seek without end. He hid so that he couldn't be found. However, Seok-Ryu felt that he waiting for his mother to find him. His mother found it difficult to meet Seung-Hyo because he didn't come home for several days. Seung-Hyo just took his clothes and left again. But tomorrow his mother will leave and Seung-Hyo just acted flat. His mother promised to contact Seung-Hyo often. But Seung-Hyo felt it was unnecessary because when he was little, he always waited for news from his mother. Those were the days when he needed his mother, but now not anymore. Seung-Hyo was surprised when he saw Seok-Ryu already in his office in the morning. It turned out that Seok-Ryu gave a photo to Seung-Hyo. It was a photo of Seung-Hyo with his father and mother when Seung-Hyo was little. Seung-Hyo was grateful because Seok-Ryu gave the photo. Then Seok-Ryu asked if Seung-Hyo didn't want to take his mother to the airport. And at that time his father called and Seung-Hyo seemed surprised.
네?
They were all at the police station because Mrs. Hae-suk was found at the terminal. They saw the hangar of the foreign ministry and then took it to the police station. When Seung-Hyo called his mother, it turned out that her cell phone was in the suitcase. Then Seung-Hyo tried to open the suitcase by finding the combination number of her suitcase. But Seung-Hyo failed and then his father tried to open it. And it opened successfully. It turned out that it was their wedding date.
엄마 지금 어디 계실까요?
Then his father contacted his mother's friend who worked at the same ministry. He was shocked because her husband asked about his wife's whereabouts. He was confused because Hae-suk had retired from her job. He also said that Hae-suk had been acting strange lately. He gave her a bouquet of flowers to celebrate her retirement, but she felt like she hadn't retired. Even though her friend had previously said that she was no longer assigned. She clearly received it, but didn't remember it, as if it was the first time she heard it. Her husband was very shocked to hear that.
어디 아는 데 없습니까?
Her friends were very disappointed with Hae-suk because she left without saying goodbye. How could she just leave a gift and leave? Then Misak reassured them that she apologized and would contact them soon. And suddenly Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo came in confusion. Seung-Hyo asked if they knew where his mother went. He asked them to find his mother. It turned out Hae-suk is in a temple. She sits there alone. She remembers the incident when she was in a state of forgetfulness. Then she looks for her cell phone in her bag but can't find it, and what she brought is the TV remote. She feels that because the size is the same, so it is easy to mix up. Then she remembers her suitcase that she didn't bring. She is also confused why she is in the temple now. Then she walks and wants to go home, but she slips and falls down. Seung-Hyo, Seok-Ryu and his father go to the temple to look for his mother because it is the temple she once visited with her friends. A woman tells them that she came alone and sat there. Then they look for her and Seung-Hyo sees his mother's handwriting on a roof tile. It turns out that before going down, his mother wrote a request. The writing is, "Don't let her forget her husband and son." While walking, Seok-Ryu asks Mr. Choi not to worry. She and Seung-Hyo will search in restaurants, hotels and terminals. Then suddenly Seung-Hyo sees his mother's shoes. He feels something happened to his mother. Then his father will go down himself because if there is an emergency, he is more prepared. While Seung-Hyo and Seok-Ryu go down through the hiking trail. His father promises to find his mother. Because he is in a hurry, Seung-Hyo almost falls, then Seok-Ryu offers to hold his hand.
이모한테 가자 우리.
Finally, Mr. Choi finds his unconscious wife. Then he puts on a jacket and his wife wakes up. She thanks him for finding her. When it's dark and alone, she wants to ask for help, but her cell phone is gone. Why doesn't his wife ever talk? Why did she lie when she was reassigned? It turns out she wants to protect her pride and doesn't want to be abandoned. Mr. Choi knows her wife doesn't love him anymore. But even so, he wants to survive even in her shadow. For years he watched his wife leave. But his wife felt, when she approached, her husband moved away. When his wife was in Africa, France, or at home, her husband missed her. Mrs. Hae-seok was confused why they never said that. They hugged each other while crying. Then Seung-Hyo and Seok-Ryu came to see Mrs. Hae-seok. His mother apologized for making Seung-Hyo worry. And Seung-Hyo felt very disappointed. They divorced and decided to leave without talking to him. Why didn't they care about his feelings? Every Christmas he begs Santa that he tries to be good. He asks to bring his mother back. Please let him eat with his father and mother. And now he is an adult, but like a fool, he still wants to eat with his father and mother. Hearing that, his father and mother apologize to Seung-Hyo. Then Seung-Hyo takes his mother home, because he still needs her. The son and mother hug while crying. His mother apologizes and says she loves Seung-Hyo very much. His mother said that she will not leave him. At home Mr. Choi checks his wife's leg. He takes his wife for an X-ray and MRI too. He has heard about it and Seung-Hyo doesn't know about it. Mr. Choi reassures his wife not to worry. Even though she is not well, her husband will stay by her side, in good times or bad, in health or in sickness. To love and cherish until death do us part. It turns out that her husband still remembers that oath. Because his wife still has difficulty walking, then her husband carries her. Seok-Ryu is confused when Seung-Hyo holds the flute. That's because Seung-Hyo is making a model, so he analyzes its structure. Then Seung-Hyo says he will leave tomorrow, so there is no one. He will go to Gangwon province for 2 weeks. It is an important project and he offers Seok-Ryu to come along if she feels bored. But Seok-Ryu feels that it will not happen and she says goodbye. Seok-Ryu studies the cooking book and listens to the recording of Seung-Hyo translating the book. When writing important things, suddenly the recording is no longer heard. It turns out that when Seok-Ryu fell asleep, Seung-Hyo said French and it's still recording at that time. Seok-Ryu doesn't know what it means, because Seung-Hyo said it using French. Then Seok-Ryu uses the application to know the meaning. And the meaning is, the milk expired today, but my feelings for you will not disappear tomorrow or after. Seok-Ryu goes to Moim's house to look for the key and borrow her car. Moim is happy to hear that she will meet Seung-Hyo. Seung-Hyo is surprised to see Seok-Ryu there. Seok-Ryu says she is bored and Seung-Hyo said earlier that she can come along. Without him, time passes slowly. Without him, comic books are not fun. Without him, the playground is quiet. Without him, every day becomes empty. Like soup without seasoning, or dumplings without soy sauce. Without him, it's like not drinking banana milk after coming from the bath. So, she wants to know, does Seung-Hyo want to drink banana milk with her? Seung-Hyo feels ticklish because Seok-Ryu is still thinking about food in a situation like that. Then Seung-Hyo approaches her and kisses her. They are kissing sweetly in the middle of a flower garden. Seung-Hyo gives Seok-Ryu banana milk even though she doesn't need it anymore. Then Seok-Ryu asks about what they are now. And Seung-Hyo clarifies what the relationship means after the kiss. Hearing that Seok-Ryu becomes nervous because Seung-Hyo suddenly mentions kissing. Then Seung-Hyo says that he didn't kiss his friend. Seok-Ryu asks Seung-Hyo not to mention the word kiss again. It seems like Seung-Hyo said that on purpose, to tease her. It's clear they're not friends anymore. The 30 years of friendship ended, just like that. Then Myung-woo and Noyeon come and are confused to see Seok-Ryu panicking looking for Seung-Hyo. And Seok-Ryu feels like she never acted like that. She just stopped by because she was here, so she thought of contacting Seung-Hyo. Myung-woo is still confused why Seok-Ryu stopped by a faraway place. And Seok-Ryu gets annoyed because they keep asking. Seok-Ryu is in a room and then Seung-Hyo comes in with clothes for her. Seung-Hyo thinks she needs a change of clothes and Seok-Ryu feels like she always borrows his clothes. Seung-Hyo looks around the room and looks nervous. Then Seok-Ryu asks if he's not going. And Seung-Hyo asks if Seok-Ryu is sure she wants him to go. Because since earlier and now Seok-Ryu has been staring at him sharply. Seok-Ryu feels like Seung-Hyo is just making things up and pushes him to go. Seung-Hyo sends a message whether Seok-Ryu is asleep yet. It turned out she hadn't slept yet and asked to meet near the tree. Seung-Hyo explained he hadn't slept yet because he was reading a book. And Seok-Ryu felt happy there. It's too bad she only stayed one night. Then Seung-Hyo said she could come again and tomorrow he would accompany her to go home together. He realized it was more important to be with Seok-Ryu. Seok-Ryu felt happy because Seung-Hyo liked her that much. Even though he was 30 years old, Seung-Hyo wasn't sick of her. Seung-Hyo was always with him and remembered the incident when they were together. When he was 8 years old, Seok-Ryu splashed paint on him. When he was 7 years old, Seok-Ryu put a tattoo sticker on his face while he was asleep. When he was 6 years old, Seok-Ryu gave him a magic candy that made his lips purple and mocked him. And when he was 5 years old, Seok-Ryu threw gum in his hair. How could Seung-Hyo like her after going through all that suffering? Seok-Ryu then leaned on Seung-Hyo's shoulder because she was sleepy, maybe because of the long drive. Seung-Hyo could only smile and let her fall asleep on his shoulder. Mo-im took the interview test for the position of paramedic at the South Pole Research Station. They asked why Mo-im wanted to go to Antarctica. Since childhood, Mo-im wanted to be Superman, then wanted to be Spider-Man. She realized that she couldn't join the Korean Fire Brigade, but she was very satisfied with her job. She could help others and she wanted to go to Antarctica to explore the unknown world and maintain world peace. Mr. Choi was at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs office to meet his wife's friend. He thanked him for telling him about his wife the other day. Then Mr. Choi emphasized that Hae-suk was his wife and his property. He shouldn't have acted like that to his wife, so don't seduce her. His feelings for his wife will not change because he loves his wife. Then Hae-suk came and called his friend honey. He explained that they were just friends. But Mr. Choi felt strange because his wife called him honey. They explained that they were just friends and have no feelings for each other. But Mr. Choi didn't believe it. There was no way he would like his beautiful and smart wife. Then his friend admitted that he was gay and liked men. Hearing that, Mr. Choi immediately closed his mouth.
진짜.
Mrs. Hae-suk felt very embarrassed by her husband's behavior. She asked her husband to keep his distance from her. How could her husband doubt her? Then Mr. Choi apologized because his wife didn't tell him, so he misunderstood. She couldn't possibly reveal her friend's secret. because he was uncomfortable living in a conservative and rigid society like this. Mr. Choi felt that his wife was very cool.
진짜 창피해.
Seung-Hyo felt that Seok-Ryu was too much because she kept driving without taking a break. This should have been a date and let Seung-Hyo drive his car, but Seok-Ryu felt that she had to return Mo-im's car immediately. Then Mrs. Misak came and they were confused to give an explanation. It turned out that her mother invited Seok-Ryu to a blind date. Of course, Seung-Hyo was very surprised to hear that. Seok-Ryu really objected to her mother's idea. And then Mo-im was already behind them. The three of them entered Seung-Hyo's office and Mo-im saw the facilities in the office. Seung-Hyo invited Mo-im to try his massage chair. Then she said that her car had just returned and that meant Seok-Ryu was staying overnight. Are they dating now? They immediately explained that even though Seok-Ryu was staying overnight, they slept in separate places. And after being pressed by Mo-im, they admitted that they're dating. Hearing that, Mo-im felt very happy and congratulated them. Seok-Ryu was confused why she was happy knowing they were dating. That's because Mo-im was almost frustrated and had guessed that they would end up together. Then they wondered why Mo-im was wearing a uniform and looked cool. She then told them that she had just taken an interview and passed for a position at the South Pole. And that meant she was going far away.
북극곰도 위험하고 지금 그래.
Dan-ho picked up Yeon-do while she was waiting for him with Mo-im. When she saw her father, Yeon-do immediately hugged him. And Dan-ho thanked Mo-im for taking care of his daughter. Then Mo-im asked Dan-ho to take leave tomorrow and meet tomorrow at 10. She left and asked Dan-ho to obey her and not ask questions. And don't wear a mudman shirt. Seung-Hyo asked if Seok-Ryu was going on a blind date. Of course, Seok-Ryu will find a reason to reject it. Then Seung-Hyo gives an idea to tell them that they are dating. He is afraid that it will happen again, so it is better to ask for their approval. But Seok-Ryu rejects it, because they just started dating. There is a little problem, because their mothers are friends and they are all very close. Seok-Ryu feels she doesn't know what will happen to them too, and Seung-Hyo agrees to hide their relationship.
아무도 모르게.
Finally, Mo-im, Dan-ho and Yeon-do go on vacation together. It turns out they went camping together and enjoyed the fun together. When Dan-ho finished drying Yeon-do's hair, he said that Mo-im's hair was also wet. Then Mo-im dried her own hair and Dan-ho saw Mo-im's shirt. Then he gave his shirt to Mo-im. The sun was almost setting, but Yeon-do was still asleep, so they would go home in 30 minutes. Mo-im thought how nice it would be if she became Yeon-do's mother. Dan-ho was surprised to hear that and felt it was an excessive. Mo-im knew that all of that was very fast, but that was her feeling now. Her heart beats every time she sees Dan-ho. She even sees Dan-ho in her dreams. And their kiss wasn't a mistake. But Dan-ho feels that Yeon-do can't be her daughter and that day's incident was a mistake, because it's impossible. He would be grateful if Mo-im didn't play with Yeon-do anymore.
차에 가서 자자, 차에 가서.
After Mrs. Hae-seok did a checkup, it turned out it wasn't Alzheimer's. What she experienced was a kind of short-term memory loss. Because she had been experiencing shock or stress lately and that increased her anxiety. If she rests and takes care of herself, then Mrs. Hae-seok will be fine. Hearing that, she felt very relieved. Seok-Ryu had just finished cooking class and called Seung-Hyo. She would bring her cooking to Seung-Hyo's office. But Seung-Hyo was working and asked her to come tonight. Seok-Ryu thought that night meant dark and no one.
그렇겠니?
When night fell, Seok-Ryu came to Sang-Hyo's office, but there were still many people there. Seok-Ryu was surprised and Tae-Hui was there too. Then the food that Seok-Ryu brought was served on the table. And Myung-woo felt that Seok-Ryu must have wanted to congratulate Sang-Hyo to celebrate the launch of his collaboration with Tae-Hui's company. Actually, Tae-Hui planned to go home, but Myung-woo forbade her. And then she said goodbye and congratulated Seok-Ryu for officially starting cooking. Seok-Ryu also thanks to Tae-Hui. It turns out that Sang-Hyo sent a message to Seok-Ryu that tonight is not right, but Seok-Ryu just saw it. Why didn't Sang-Hyo tell her about his success? Did he think Seok-Ryu wouldn't understand him? Sang-Hyo just apologized because he had no reason. Tae-Hui came not because she wanted to, but was forced by Myung-woo. Then Seok-Ryu was curious whether Sang-Hyo told her that they were dating. And Sang-Hyo answered no, because he thought Seok-Ryu didn't want anyone to know. According to Seok-Ryu, Sang-Hyo and Tae-Hui are like Hollywood actors who can work with their ex. Because they were once happy together, their feelings don't just disappear. But Sang-Hyo convinced Seok-Ryu that it was in the past. Seok-Ryu discussed what he had done with Tae-Hui. And Sang-Hyo didn't want to discuss it, he also didn't have to tell her about it. Sang-Hyo's mother brought a suitcase and was ready to leave for Seoraksan Mountain. She will stay with her husband and also Seok-Ryu's parents. But his father brought a lot of stuff because he was worried that his wife's ankle had not healed. While together with Mo-im, suddenly Seok-Ryu asked to call her cell phone. And her cell phone rang and worked properly good. It turns out that Sang-Hyo is still hesitant to contact Seok-Ryu. Seok-Ryu tells Mo-im about the previous incident. That she asked how Sang-Hyo was when he dated Tae-Hui, but he didn't want to answer. Mo-im became curious why Seok-Ryu wanted to know about his past. Because Seok-Ryu will only hurt herself. When Seok-Ryu said she felt jealous, Mo-im suddenly got angry. Because previously Sang-Hyo was kind enough to ask her say goodbye to Hyun-jun, so don't do that. But Seok-Ryu can't control her feelings. Tae-Hui gives gifts to Myung-woo and Sang-Hyo. Myung-woo is very happy to be given a gift in the form of a teapot and cup that she made. While Sang-Hyo is given a gift of her handicraft. There is a message for him that says, the bride and groom use a gourd that is cut in half to share the ceremonial wine. It is said that it is a symbol of a perfect couple for each other. This is my gift for you and Seok-Ryu, may you be happy. Seok-Ryu sees Sang-Hyo, who is preparing food for the cat. Seok-Ryu feels strange when Sang-Hyo says that he is a boyfriend who is not cold-hearted. And Sang-Hyo is confused. If he is not her boyfriend, then what is he? Seok-Ryu just felt awkward saying the word boyfriend. It turns out that Seok-Ryu used to pick up a sick cat, even though he was allergic to cat fur. Then Sang-Hyo made a design for the cat's house, because Seok-Ryu couldn't keep the cat in the house. And Sang-Hyo really made a house for the cat and continued to reconstruct it. Sang-Hyo felt that the cat that used the cage was a descendant of the cat they used to know, because the fur pattern was the same. Seok-Ryu couldn't see because of her allergy. She liked cats, but couldn't touch. The cat's house was the first house that Sang-Hyo made. He was very proud because he made a house for a living creature. Sang-Hyo felt that at that time he wanted to be an architect and his first client was Seok-Ryu. He made it because Seok-Ryu was worried about the cat. Because Sang-Hyo wanted Seok-Ryu to be happy. Suddenly, Sang-Hyo's stomach growled and then Seok-Ryu asked him to eat. It turned out that her mother cooked a pot of soup before leaving, so Seok-Ryu asked Seung-Hyo to eat it. Seok-Ryu apologized for the other day, but Seung-Hyo feels like he caused it, so he apologizes. Seeing Seung-Hyo and Tae-Hui together makes her petty and childish. Seung-Hyo promises not to hide anything and not to get involved with her again. Seung-Hyo is happy to see her jealous, but it hurts to fight with her. This is the first time he can't focus and is frustrated. He doesn't want to be someone who is eaten away by the relationship. One thing is for sure, Seok-Ryu makes his heart warm. Hearing that, Seok-Ryu is a bit nervous and asks him to finish his food, then read the comic that she borrowed in her room. Seok-Ryu smiles seeing Seung-Hyo, who is clingy as if he just entered her room. She borrows a princess comic series for Seung-Hyo. Even though at that time Seung-Hyo was just making it up, he went to the library so he could meet her. But Seok-Ryu feels like Seung-Hyo is not interested in her. Seung-Hyo doesn't look at her eyes and acts indifferent. He treats Seok-Ryu worse than before they dated. That's because Seung-Hyo is very nervous. He waits very long, but when Seok-Ryu is by his side, his mind is blank, he doesn't know what to do. Seok-Ryu thinks Seung-Hyo is very calm. She thinks that after dating, Seung-Hyo doesn't find her attractive anymore. So Seok-Ryu feels restless and upset. Because Seung-Hyo really likes Seok-Ryu, he is confused about how to treat her. Seung-Hyo will read the comic below, but then Seok-Ryu asks if he doesn't want to read it here. Seung-Hyo don't think so, because he thinks badly. Thoughts that he shouldn't think, cheap and naughty thoughts, and unhealthy thoughts. But Seok-Ryu likes unhealthy food, so please think badly. Then Seung-Hyo asks what about bad deeds. Seok-Ryu answers that he can do that. Then the two of them kiss in Seok-Ryu's room. Seung-Hyo is very happy, because near with Seok-Ryu, it feels like a dream. And Seok-Ryu feels strange with him like this. There is a tickling feeling, but doesn't know where it is. As if there is electricity flowing in her body. What Seung-Hyo feels is love as family, friend and lover. He never doesn't love Seok-Ryu. Suddenly they hear the voices of Seok-Ryu's father and mother. And they are surprised because Seok-Ryu's parents suddenly come home.
넌 요리 산 거?
They are a bit strange to see Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo reading comics in their house in the morning. His father is surprised to see Seung-Hyo like romantic novels because the comic he reads is entitled Princess. While her mother sees Seung-Hyo buttoning his shirt wrong. But her parents are not suspicious of that and think Seung-Hyo is like a careless child. Then her mother asks Seung-Hyo to call his parents and invite them to eat soup together. While having breakfast together, they discuss their children's marriage later. Mrs. Misak and Mrs. Haesuk agreed to find Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo a match. Of course, that made Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo shocked. Then Seung-Hyo felt doubtful that someone would marry Seok-Ryu. Mrs. Misak did not accept it because Seung-Hyo criticized her daughter. And Seok-Ryu also felt that no woman could stand his personality. Hearing that, Seung-Hyo's parents felt that there was nothing strange about their son's personality. Then Seok-Ryu explained that they did like to tease each other like that. And Mrs. Misak invites to continue eating, because they will be enemies if they defend their children. Seok-Ryu invites Seung-Hyo to enter her room, because they are very nervous. Seok-Ryu convinces that they can get through it if they try harder. But Seung-Hyo wants to just admit that they are dating. And Seok-Ryu feels that the time is not right because she just cancelled the engagement. She also explains that if their parents know they are dating, then Seung-Hyo cannot enter her room freely. Because their parents will monitor their movements. And their relationship becomes unhealthy, innocent and unpleasant. Then Seung-Hyo agrees to keep their relationship a secret and not let it be found out. They enjoy their dating happily. They enjoy time together in the park, then watch a movie at the cinema while eating popcorn. They also play games in the game arena. Seok-Ryu is developing a recipe to make it delicious. She thinks of making her signature dish. She prepares broccoli and chicken risotto. But Seung-Hyo teases her and suddenly Myung-woo comes. Seeing the lights on, he turned off the lights and put the vegetables in the refrigerator. Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo hide because they were caught by Myung-woo. Seok-Ryu runs out of time to practice because her exam is in 2 days. But Seung-Hyo still teases Seok-Ryu by seducing her. And Seok-Ryu is tempted by Seung-Hyo's seduction. Mo-im and her mother meet Yeon-do and they hug because her mother misses her. She is still curious why she can't take care of Yeon-do. Dan-ho is grateful for Mo-im's mother's offer. If Dan-ho takes advantage of that, he will feel reluctant. Then he invites Yeon-do to go to school. Her mother feels that she must have grandchildren, so she asks Mo-im to go on a blind date. Hearing that Mo-im refuses. Her mother feels suspicious that she has someone she likes. Then Mo-im distracts her mother and leaves.
저 먼저 다녀오겠습니다.
Seok-Ryu takes the practical exam for the National Technical Qualification. After the exam is over, it turns out that Seung-Hyo is waiting for her. He wants to congratulate his girlfriend by giving her a bouquet of flowers. Of course, Seok-Ryu is very happy even though the result is not out yet, but Seung-Hyo has already given her a bouquet of flowers. Seung-Hyo believes that the process is more important than the result. He also renews his habits as a boyfriend by giving flowers and opening the door for Seok-Ryu.
초기화는 안 되지. 그만할게.
Dongjin meets Noyeon on the street. He brags about not having to be tied to work and lives freely. He offers the product he sells to Noyeon. Then he sees writing on Noyeon's document and says that his friend also works at Atelier Inn. And at that time Seung-Hyo comes with Seok-Ryu. When Dongjin asks about the flower that Seok-Ryu is holding, Seung-Hyo immediately takes the flower and claims that the flower is his. And at that time Noyeon realizes that Seok-Ryu and Dongjin are brothers. Then Dongjin asks Seung-Hyo to show him his office. When Dongjin is at Seung-Hyo's office, Noyeon comes with the product that Dongjin sells. There is a commotion in the product because the protein is moldy. Dongjin doesn't believe it and checks it. Then Seok-Ryu takes Dongjin home by pulling his ear. Seok-Ryu explained that Dongjin could be sued for selling unlicensed moldy protein. Hearing that Mr. Bae was very angry and his mother could not believe what was happening. And before that, under control, Seok-Ryu asked Dongjin to contact the buyers to apologize and return their money. His mother feels that she has been cheated by her son for years. His mother thought that he would succeed this time. Because he is old and unemployed, she should not be hard on her son. But this is too much. Why are you careless in selling goods without checking? His mother feels that Dongjin's way of thinking is really broken. But Dongjin really wants to succeed this time. He knows that he is always a burden to his parents. He is also not smart and studies as well as Seok-Ryu. That's why he hates being ignored and he also wants to feel special. Seok-Ryu enters Dongjin's room. Seok-Ryu thinks her mother loves him more. No matter how hard she tries to be number one, Dongjin, is always number one for her. But Dongjin feels that his mother only worships and proud of Seok-Ryu. And Seok-Ryu feels that not everyone can be special. Many people want to live an ordinary life, including herself. So don't be too obsessed with being a great person. Find what is important in Dongjin's life, that's more than enough. Seok-Ryu tells him this because Dongjin's determination is not weak. It's really nice to see him become a trainer because of his dedication. It turns out that at that time their mother was listening to the conversation between the brother and sister. Seung-Hyo is curious about Seok-Ryu's cooking test results. Seeing her tired face, Seung-Hyo continues to encourage Seok-Ryu. Then Seok-Ryu laughed happily and told him that she got a Korean culinary expert certificate. Seung-Hyo felt very happy and wanted to jump into Seok-Ryu's room. But Seok-Ryu forbade him because Seung-Hyo could get hurt. When Moim wanted to go home from the ashes resting place, she saw Dan-ho and his daughter. There, Yeon-do greeted her mother and father who had died. It turned out that Yeon-do's father and mother and Dan-ho's father and mother had died. Dan-ho was not Yeon-do's father, but her uncle. He told Yeon-do's progress and promised to always be by her side. And it turned out that Moim was standing there and heard their conversation. Dan-ho didn't expect to meet Moim there. Moim visited the grave of her first mentor, who died helping fire victims. Moim apologized for eavesdropping on Dan-ho and Yeon-do. It all happened suddenly when the family vacation had an accident and Dan-ho was covering the news. His father, mother, brother and sister-in-law died and only his nephew, Yeon-do, was left. Now there is only Yeon-do and himself who decided to be her father. For him, Yeon-do is a miracle, but not for others. There is rumor from the daycare that her parents died saving her. Before Yeon-do understands what it means, he takes her away. That's why they move near Moim's house. Moim wants to comfort him now, because Dan-ho must be lonely and offers a hug. But Dan-ho rejects her because it still can't happen. Seok-Ryu makes a resume stating her biodata that she studied at Berkeley University in California and worked as a product manager at Grape, and applies to several restaurants in Korea. Meanwhile, Seung-Hyo gets an invitation to architecture night. He asks Myung-woo if it's okay to bring a partner. Myung-woo already guessed it and asked to invite his partner. It's time for Seung-Hyo to show how great he is. Because the restaurant he designed was chosen by architects as the best architecture of the year. Seok-Ryu got a reply from the application she applied for. And she failed to get a job. Then Seung-Hyo gave a message and asked to meet. It turned out that Seok-Ryu chose to meet at his office and cook food. Seung-Hyo took a picture of Seok-Ryu's recipe and would notarize it if she was famous. When tasting the food, Seung-Hyo liked it because even though he didn't like broccoli, the smell was not there. It tasted very good and it was perfect even though Seok-Ryu felt something was missing. Then Seung-Hyo invited Seok-Ryu to participate in the Architect Award because he won the Architect Award. But Seok-Ryu felt she couldn't because it wasn't her place. Seung-Hyo felt he had given in and understood not to tell their family. Then why hide it from other people? But Seok-Ryu feels the world is small, so she's still worried. Although a bit disappointed, but Seung-Hyo is not angry. He respects Seok-Ryu's decision, so don't take his words seriously.
개의치 마.
Dongjin goes to the fitness center where he used to work. He apologizes to his boss for feeling stupid and wasting time. Then his boss gives him a rag and asks him to clean up. He immediately gets excited to clean the fitness center. Seok-Ryu's friends gather and tell each other that they have gotten jobs and also opened their own food stall. While Seok-Ryu has not received the call from the job she applied for. Her friend feels that Seok-Ryu's resume is too great. If former great employees apply for kitchen staff, they will be afraid to accept. Because Seok-Ryu is too great. Seok-Ryu looks back at the brochure that Hyung-jun had given her. It's about a culinary school abroad. Sang-Hyo comes with some food to Seok-Ryu's house that he got from a famous restaurant. Then he goes upstairs to look for Seok-Ryu. He goes into her room, but doesn't find Seok-Ryu. Seeing her messy room, Sang-Hyo tidies up her room. Then he sees the brochure and Seok-Ryu come back to her room. She's happy to see Sang-Hyo, but Sang-Hyo gets angry seeing the brochure. It's the culinary school that Hyung-jun said. Seok-Ryu explains that it doesn't mean anything, she just have it. But Sang-Hyo finds a note about the culinary school. Sang-Hyo asks if Seok-Ryu will leave him and go abroad again. How hard was it for Sang-Hyo to let go of Seok-Ryu in the past? Why did Seok-Ryu think about that without telling him? How could Seok-Ryu think about separating without worrying? But Seok-Ryu also finds it difficult to be away from Sang-Hyo. And Sang-Hyo feels that Seok-Ryu's attitude is contradictory. Because she doesn't want to be away, but secretly looks for a school abroad. He tries to understand when their relationship is kept secret. But it turns out he was wrong, this is all he means to Seok-Ryu. Then Seok-Ryu explains that all her job applications were rejected. Of all the restaurants, none called her for an interview. She feels that 34 years old is not suitable for starting a new page, but she still wants to cook and find a breakthrough. And she doesn't want to be embarrassed in front of Sang-Hyo. She wants to be confident and graceful in front of Sang-Hyo. That's why she refused to come to his event. But Sang-Hyo feels completely unashamed by it. No one is more dedicated and honest in life than Seok-Ryu. He doesn't care what Seok-Ryu does or how she looks. He likes Seok-Ryu for who she is. But Seok-Ryu feels that it's not enough for her. She can't live off love and also needs space for a while. So, she asked Sang-Hyo's permission, because she wanted to disappear for a while. And Sang-Hyo just kept quiet and let her go. Dan-ho saw Moim drinking alone and she was rambling about mad people. She was so drunk that she didn't realize she was hugging Dan-ho. Then Dan-ho took her by carrying her. Seeing her drunk daughter made her mother embarrassed. Her mother brought her into the house, but Moim kept rambling. When she was little she wanted to be Spider-Man and smear glue on her hands. But after growing up, she embarrassed her mother. She apologized for not raising her daughter well. But Dan-ho felt that her mother raised Moim well. And also, he wanted to be with Moim. At first, he broke up with Moim, but he felt he couldn't anymore. When Sang-Hyo was checking the building, he got a call from Seok-Ryu. And suddenly Sang-Hyo had an accident. Seok-Ryu ran to the hospital and looked for her boyfriend. She cried when she found Sang-Hyo safe. Sang-Hyo was confused seeing Seok-Ryu crying. And suddenly Seok-Ryu said she loves Sang-Hyo. Sang-Hyo was surprised when suddenly he heard Seok-Ryu's love confession. Seok-Ryu felt stupid, she shouldn't have been so humble in front of love. She couldn't even live without love. She forbade Sang-Hyo to contact her, but waited for his call, and she almost fainted because of the shock of hearing Sang-Hyo's accident. But Sang-Hyo just smiled and apologized. Then he hugged Seok-Ryu tightly. He calmed Seok-Ryu down and said he wouldn't get hurt. No matter what happens, he will always be by Seok-Ryu's side. So, say it again that Seok-Ryu loves him. Seung-Hyo missed her so much, but wanted to obey, so he didn't call and waited as long as he could. When he was hurt, he thought he would meet Seok-Ryu today. It felt unfair that there was no better expression than the words, I love you.
사랑한다.
Seok-Ryu feels very worried about Seung-Hyo's job as an architect. There is reinforced concrete, bricks, glass and also nails that are full of risks. But Seung-Hyo just keeps quiet and he looks at his cell phone. He suddenly says that Seok-Ryu won 3rd place because she won a cooking competition. Seok-Ryu is confused because she doesn't feel like she's participating in any competition. It turns out that Seung-Hyo registered Seok-Ryu for a healthy recipe contest held by the Korean Vegetable Association. He gave a recipe that Seok-Ryu had cooked at that time, chicken broccoli risotto. Seung-Hyo apologizes for not asking Seok-Ryu for permission when registering. Seok-Ryu still can't believe it because she won 3rd place. And Seung-Hyo thinks the food is very delicious, so there's no loss. Seok-Ryu is upset because she is so happy that she is disturbed. She always wins 1st place for many things, but she has never been as happy as winning 3rd place in this contest. She really wants to cook, but no one accepts her and she doesn't know where to go. But it's like heaven allows her to keep trying. Hearing that, Seung-Hyo feels relieved and happy. Moim is forbidden by her mother to dating Dan-ho. She also threatened, if she want to date him, do it after her mother dies. But Moim doesn't want to listen to her mother and leaves her. Myung-woo gives an award to Seung-Hyo. Then he helps Seung-Hyo take off his cast, because there is a lot of work waiting. Because of the award, they get a lot of orders. But Seung-Hyo feels like he has to reduce his work because he is going to get married. Hearing that, Myung-woo is very surprised and curious about his future wife. He doesn't believe it even more when he finds out that Seung-Hyo is going to marry Seok-Ryu. And the problem is that Seung-Hyo has to propose to her. So, he wants Myung-woo to tell him how to propose to a woman. When Myung-woo gives an idea, Noyeon comes and applauds. If you want to be rejected on the spot, then do that idea. Noyeon asks Seung-Hyo to remember 3 things. No audience, a nice ring and a touching letter. Make every day with her special. Seung-Hyo feels happy and thanks Noyeon.
행복하세요.
Moim enters Seok-Ryu's room and says that she confessed her love to Dan-ho, but he rejects her. And finally, Dan-ho confessed his liking to Moim, but he confessed his liking in front of her mother. Hearing that, Seok-Ryu was very surprised. She apologized for being too busy with her relationship with Seung-Hyo and ignoring her friend. But Moim was the one who didn't tell her, so it didn't matter. Her feelings were sour, bitter and salty. Sometimes, it felt so spicy that she thought her heart was hurting. Whether she liked her, as a madman, or Dan-ho, she didn't know anymore. But she was confused by her mother's attitude, who opposed their relationship, and Seok-Ryu felt like she had the same problem. Seung-Hyo and Dan-ho met and they enjoyed drinking together. Suddenly, Dan-ho said he liked Moim, but her mother didn't approve and he didn't know what to do. Then Seung-Hyo got a message from Seok-Ryu that she was with Moim. And Seung-Hyo didn't let Dan-ho drink a lot because he was afraid he would get drunk.
이거 대충 문화예요.
Seok-Ryu invited Moim to walk even though she was lazy to walk. But Seok-Ryu felt that walking could relieve stress. Then she invited Moim to sit down and it looked strange. It turns out that Seung-Hyo also asked Dan-ho to walk so that he doesn't get drunk. When they met, Seok-Ryu thought it was just a coincidence. But Mo-im and Dan-ho knew that they were acting and their acting was very bad. Then Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo left them both. Dan-ho then sat near Mo-im. It turns out that when Mo-im was drunk that night, she remembered everything, but why didn't Dan-ho contact her? That's because he understands Mo-im's mother's feelings. Mo-im wonders which man who asks a girl to be his girlfriend wishes a proposal and asks her mother. Dan-ho thinks being honest is better than lying. But Mo-im feels that Dan-ho has never expressed his feelings for her, and rejected her when Mo-im expressed her love, but why did he express it to her mother? And when Mo-im said he kissed first, suddenly Dan-ho kissed her. But suddenly he stopped kissing and made Mo-im confused. Dan-ho apologized and said he liked Mo-im. After his family's accident, every day of his life was like an emergency. Then when he heard the siren of the paramedics, who saved Yeon-do, the woman also saved her and made Dan-ho like her. Mo-im hugged Dan-ho. She felt Dan-ho was very professional with his words. With the money from his article, Dan-ho will buy her food. But Mo-im's appetite is big, then Dan-ho will write many articles. They hug happily. Seung-Hyo invited Seok-Ryu to have lunch together. They really enjoyed the food from the restaurant and made Seok-Ryu curious about how to cook it. She wants to visit various restaurants and make mukbang videos if her stomach is healthy. Then Seung-Hyo gave the idea to continue the video on her YouTube channel. Seok-Ryu can continue to make cooking videos in Korea. But Seok-Ryu felt it would be very difficult, because now the YouTube channel is very professional and high quality. Then Seung-Hyo offered to help record it.
찍어주면 되지.
They also prepared the camera and ingredients for cooking. But Seok-Ryu felt very nervous and Seung-Hyo calmed her down. He said that Seok-Ryu is the most beautiful woman in the world. But Seok-Ryu felt her self-confidence and self-esteem were very low lately. Then Seung-Hyo encouraged her because he knew Seok-Ryu's food was very delicious. And that made Seok-Ryu ready and Seung-Hyo started to recording it. Seok-Ryu will cook a menu of broccoli cauliflower risotto and chicken.
맛이 없다는 편견을
Mo-im brought food for her mother. Her mother felt that Mo-im wanted to apologize to her. Indeed, Mo-im will continue to apologize because she is with Dan-ho. Hearing that, her mother became angry. Then Mo-im explained that Yeon-do is not Dan-ho's daughter, but his niece. Yeon-do and Dan-ho's parents died in an accident, that's why Dan-ho took care of her. But her mother still won't change, she still won't let Mo-im meet him. But Mo-im will protect them, because Yeon-do and Dan-ho have lost their families. And her mother doesn't want Mo-im to be Yeon-do's mother. She thinks Mo-im can't take care of other people's children. But Mo-im remembers, when her father died, she and her mother were kicked out by her family. When her mother worked to raise Mo-im, her mother never forced her to study. Whether it was a career or anything, her mother respected Mo-im's choices. So, she asked for her mother's understanding this time. But her mother still refused and asked Mo-im to go on a blind date. Mo-im didn't want to go on a blind date and felt that her mother was very old-fashioned about marriage. She was like that because she didn't want Mo-im to have a hard life like her. She wanted her daughter to marry a man who would live a long life and have many children. And wanted her life to be happy and normal. But Mo-im is happy now, being her daughter and working as a paramedic. She likes Dan-ho and wants to be with Yeon-do because she wants to be happier. The women gather and discuss about the cruise trip. They are very excited because it is their first overseas trip. But Mrs. Misak felt that there were many places in Korea that they not visited yet, so why go abroad? And at that time Mrs. Hae-seok saw Mrs. Misak with a different face. It seems like she knows that her friend is having financial difficulties. Seung-Hyo prepares a surprise to propose to Seok-Ryu. He prepares flowers in the trunk of his car with the words, "Will you marry me?" written on it. And Seok-Ryu is already waiting for Seung-Hyo to go together. Seung-Hyo will invite her to eat together because he has made a reservation. And Seok-Ryu is happy she will get fat because of her boyfriend. But while on the way suddenly Seung-Hyo's car stops. It turns out his car was hit by another car and caused quite severe damage to the back of the car. Seung-Hyo is very disappointed and willingly lets his car be towed. Seok-Ryu also feels sorry for that, but Seung-Hyo doesn't mind as long as Seok-Ryu is not injured. It turns out Seung-Hyo invites her to eat at a restaurant whose building he designed. It was a building where he received an award. But Seok-Ryu is not sure the restaurant is famous because the place is quiet. Then the chef comes and explains that his restaurant is famous. And Seung-Hyo is nervous and also explains that this restaurant is famous because of its chef grade. Then the chef served the dishes and suddenly there was a call for him. It turned out that his child was just born and he was very happy. Seung-Hyo was confused because he didn't tell him before. And Seok-Ryu asked the chef to meet his wife. Then the chef apologized for leaving them. Before leaving, he told Seung-Hyo that the cake was in the kitchen. Seok-Ryu intended to leave, but Seung-Hyo asked her to wait because they had to eat the cake that the chef prepared. Then Seung-Hyo took his cake and tried to stay calm, even though no one helped him. It turned out that the cake also had, "Will you marry me?" written on it. When Seung-Hyo brought the cake, suddenly his feet stumbled and the cake fell and Seung-Hyo's surprise failed again. Mrs. Misak gave acorn jelly to Mrs. Hae-seok. Then Mrs. Hae-seok invited her friend to go together on a cruise ship. If it's a money problem, let her pay. Hearing that, it seemed like Mrs. Misak was a little reluctant. But Mrs. Hae-seok felt that it was okay because it was not a large amount. But Mrs. Misak still refused. And Mrs. Hae-seok felt that they had been friends for a long time, and she also thanked her for taking care of Seung-Hyo. But Mrs. Misak felt that she had returned the favor because she had given her a salary to take care of her son. When Seung-Hyo and Seok-Ryu was sick, she took care of Seung-Hyo first and took him to the hospital because she had been paid. She didn't want to be seen as raising her friend's son badly. And every time Mrs. Hae-seok gave her extra salary, it made her suffer. Mrs. Hae-seok did not expect that she did not consider her as a friend. Even though she paid for her trip because she was her friend and not because of pity. How could she act so humble? Hearing that, Mrs. Misak became angry and pulled her friend's hair. She could not accept it because she felt like she was being belittled. And Mrs. Hae-seok felt that Mrs. Misak pretends to be her friend even though she has hated her all this time. Then their husbands come and break up their wife. When looking at her cell phone, Seok-Ryu suddenly cries and makes Seung-Hyo worried. It turns out that the video on her channel gets a positive comment. That her mother, who is undergoing chemotherapy, really likes Seok-Ryu's recipe. She is grateful because Seok-Ryu made a delicious healthy food recipe for her mother. Seok-Ryu cries happily because she feels that person is like her when she had difficulty eating, and she becomes excited to cook again for someone who is sick like her. Seung-Hyo feels that Seok-Ryu's smile is very charming, but he wants to cry. Every time he sees Seok-Ryu cooking, it sometimes makes him sad. He feels sorry for not accompanying Seok-Ryu when she was sick and couldn't eat. So, he asks permission to spend the rest of his life with her. Previously, Seung-Hyo prepared preparations to give a surprise, but everything failed. But luckily, he still keeps the bracelet to give to his lover. He asks if Seok-Ryu wants to marry him, and Seok-Ryu just apologizes for not being able to marry him. While on the road, her mother saw Moim walking with Dan-ho and Yeon-do. When she saw Moim tying Yeon-do's shoelaces, she remembered when Moim was little. Moim's words were the same as what her mother used to say. That she would show her a magical way to keep her shoelaces tied. She did the same thing as Moim did now. She remembered Moim's words that she wanted to be happier with Dan-ho and Yeon-do.
주고 싶어서 이러는 거야.
And her mother was waiting for them in front of the door of the house. Her mother asked Moim to order food, and then she asked Dan-ho what he wanted to eat. Dan-ho and Moim were a bit surprised by her mother's attitude. And she also acted sweetly with Yeon-do and invited her to come inside. While waiting for the food, she carried Yeon-do and said that starting tomorrow she would show how amazing her cooking was. Seeing that, Moim became touched and hugged them. Seok-Ryu's father and Seung-Hyo's father met at a drinking shop. They were worried because their wives were still enemies. So, they met to find a solution. Suddenly, Mrs. Misak got a phone call that shocked her about something. She walked away angry because her husband was cruel to her. And it turned out Mrs. Hae-suk was also angry while looking for her husband. They found their husbands who were busy drinking until they were drunk. Seok-Ryu got a phone call and she came to pick up Seung-Hyo, who was drunk. The owner of the shop was confused why the lovers often fought. Then Seok-Ryu took him home, but he was very heavy and they sat down to rest. Seung-Hyo asked why Seok-Ryu rejected him. Why can't Seok-Ryu marry him? Seok-Ryu felt that Seung-Hyo was very drunk and she would talk when Seung-Hyo was conscious. She asked Seung-Hyo to wake up or she would leave him. After a while, Seung-Hyo woke up and they were already in the area around their house. Then Seung-Hyo asked her to tell him why she rejected his proposal. Now he was conscious and wanted to know Seok-Ryu's answer. She said she loved him, but why couldn't she marry him? Seok-Ryu feels they are perfect like this, why bother? Seung-Hyo says he will be her roof and she will be his rafter. Protect from the wind, rain and get lots of sunlight. They can become stronger and closer and live happily and long together. But Seok-Ryu thinks maybe her life won't be long, she doesn't know what her life will be like. Maybe she will get sick again one day. Who knows, something bad will happen to her tomorrow. And Seung-Hyo feels the same way, because yesterday, he also had an accident at work. Life has its limits and death is inevitable. He knows what Seok-Ryu is worried about and can't say it won't happen, because he is not God. But one thing is sure, he wants to spend the rest of his life with Seok-Ryu. 100 years, 10 years, or just a day, it has to be with her. And Seok-Ryu also wants the same thing. Then Seung-Hyo asks if Seok-Ryu will accept his proposal. Seok-Ryu answers, as long as Seung-Hyo hasn't returned yesterday's bracelet. And when they hug, suddenly their parents are there. Seeing Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo hugging, they felt they saw something wrong. Because before they always get fight, but why are they now close to each other? Then Seung-Hyo admitted that they were dating. Hearing that, their parents were shocked and did not believe it. They explained that their relationship was serious and apologized for not telling them earlier. Then Mrs. Misak asked Seok-Ryu to go home. And Seung-Hyo asked to go with Seok-Ryu, but his mother asked him to explain what happened. Both Mrs. Misak and Mrs. Hae-suk, they both can't control their emotions, because when they were fighting, their children were actually dating. At home, Seok-Ryu explained to her father and mother that she and Seung-Hyo were really dating. Hearing that, Dongjin laughed and didn't believe it. How could Seung-Hyo like his sister? Then Seok-Ryu explained that their relationship was serious and they were planning to get married. And her mother didn't allow it if he was Seung-Hyo.
가스라이팅이네.
Seung-Hyo's mother couldn't believe that her son was busy dating Seok-Ryu. His mother was sure that Seok-Ryu was the one who expressed her feelings first, but Seung-Hyo was the one who liked her first. He liked her since childhood and his feelings grew stronger when they met again. And Seok-Ryu had rejected him several times, but he remained persistent. Hearing that, his mother and father couldn't accept it because their son didn't deserve to be rejected. Then Seung-Hyo explained that it was only at the beginning. Because now they were dating and she also accepted his proposal. His mother couldn't believe it even more when she heard her son treat Seok-Ryu with special by preparing flowers and renting a restaurant. Seung-Hyo felt desperate because his mother could not accept his explanation. And his father also could not help him. Seung-Hyo desperately climbed the window because he missed Seok-Ryu so much. He hugged his lover to calm her down even though their parents had not given their blessing. Because they had been found out, Seok-Ryu confidently called him darling. Hearing that Seung-Hyo really liked her and felt that his girlfriend was very brave. Then he gave her a bracelet and put it on Seok-Ryu's hand. Sitting down with his head down, he proposed to Seok-Ryu for the second time. Seok-Ryu felt very stupid if she refused his proposal. When Moim was choosing clothes to wear, suddenly Seok-Ryu came in and said that her parents already knew about her relationship with Seung-Hyo. But Moim was not surprised because she had already received her mother's blessing. Hearing that Seok-Ryu was curious about the method she used to get her mother to bless her, Moim explained that the key was to do it sincerely. And she was busy with herself because she was going on a date today.
기사님.
When she and Dan-ho were getting ready to go on a date, suddenly Dan-ho got a call from Seung-Hyo. Seok-Ryu became curious because it was a call from her boyfriend. And it turned out they were gathering at Seung-Hyo's office. Dan-ho and Seung-Hyo will be renovating the old woman's house next week. Moim felt it was so good that she couldn't complain. And finally, Moim and Seok-Ryu joined them to discuss the house renovation.
괜찮아.
Mrs. Misak met Moim's mother. And Moim's mother told her that her daughter was dating Dan-ho. Mrs. Misak said why didn't she forbid them, didn't Dan-ho already have a daughter? And Moim's mother explained that she couldn't do anything because they liked each other. Then Mrs. Misak explained that Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo were also dating. And then Mrs. Hae-suk came and Mrs. Misak saw her and she decided to leave because she didn't want to meet Mrs. Hae-suk, and one of them said that the shop owned by Mrs. Misak's husband seemed to be closing because there was a sign that the shop would be closed. Mrs. Hae-suk was a bit surprised to hear that. Dan-ho, Yeon-do and Moim is seen having lunch together. Moim asks Yeon-do's permission to be her mother. She knows she can't be her real mother, but she promises that she will always be by Yeon-do's side no matter what happens. And Yeon-do is honest that she really likes it. It was the day she had been waiting for and her dream came true. Dongjin gives a gift to her mother and father. But her mother feels like she is dreaming and doesn't believe it because her son suddenly gives her a gift. Even her father also thinks that Dongjin is causing trouble again. Then he explains that he just got his salary and gave a gift to his parents. It was a health supplement because his father and mother were old, so they needed the supplement. Seok-Ryu feels that her younger brother is an adult. And at that time, their parents told them that their father's shop would close, because their father felt that he had entered retirement. Seok-Ryu approached her father, who was sitting alone in front of the house. She was worried because her father closed the shop. Her father reassured his daughter that he had no problem and felt relieved because he imagined freedom. Hearing that, Seok-Ryu became relieved, and if he felt uncomfortable, her father can tell her. According to their family motto is, don't keep your problems to yourself. Seung-Hyo, Dan-ho, Seok-Ryu and Mo-im gathered to renovate the old woman's house. And at that time, Myung-woo came and joined them because he felt they needed experts to renovate the house. After arriving at the location of the old woman's house, they worked on the house renovation process. The five of them worked enthusiastically until the house was finished being renovated. Seeing her house, the old woman couldn't believe it because her house had changed so much from before. They made a mini kitchen and also new windows. It was Seung-Hyo's idea, so that after she came home from work, she could look up at the sky and take a deep breath. And the old woman was very happy, because her chest would not be tight anymore. She also thanked them for working hard to renovate her house. There were mothers in the complex who were talking about Mrs. Misak's family. They discussed her husband's shop that was going to close and also Seok-Ryu, who was unemployed. Hearing that, she was very angry and reprimanded them. She didn't mind if they badmouthed her, but she couldn't accept it if they badmouthed her husband and daughter. They fought, and Mrs. Hae-suk saw Mrs. Misak being pushed to the ground. She got angry and fought them too. And a fight between them couldn't be avoided. Mr. Bae and Mr. Choi came to the police station in a panic. Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo also came. It turned out that the mothers from the complex who fought with them were also at the police station with quite serious injuries. And they finally made peace, seeing the mothers who were battered. Mrs. Misak felt that taking action after so long was so refreshing. And Mrs. Hae-suk remembered when she was bullied, she was saved by Mrs. Misak. Seeing their mothers laugh together made Seok-Ryu and Seung-Hyo happy. It seemed like they had made peace. Mrs. Misak was surprised because Mrs. Hae-suk brought a vegetable basket even though she had never cooked. Then Mrs. Hae-suk asked her friend to teach her to cook because Mrs. Misak cooking was delicious. But she felt that the instinct to cook could not be taught, so she would cook for Mrs. Hae-suk tomorrow. Mrs. Hae-suk thought she would not be able to eat her cooking anymore after they fought. She was very relieved because her friend used to prepare and bring food for her when she returned to Korea. Every time she opened the food container, it was filled with her friendship. But Mrs. Misak felt that she always made her feel small and inferior. She could speak English and French and work abroad. However, she was paid to take care of Seung-Hyo. It would be nice if she could take care of her son without being paid. Of course, Mrs. Hae-suk could not accept it, because that noble job was not paid. Seung-Hyo grew up well thanks to her. Raising a human being is an extraordinary achievement. Mrs. Misak also raised her because she invited her to join her family. That's why she won't be formal when she becomes an in-law later. Even though their child gets married, their friendship is still the most important. Mrs. Misak did not expect her to give her blessing. She felt that Mrs. Hae-suk is disturbed when Seok-Ryu is sick. Of course, she is disturbed and worried when she finds out that Seok-Ryu is sick. Because she is the daughter of her best friend. How could she not care? She loves Seok-Ryu very much. Actually, Mrs. Misak is afraid that her daughter will be destroyed if she rejects her. Hearing that, Mrs. Hae-seok will protect Seok-Ryu with her. Just like she raised Sang-hyo, Mrs. Hae-seok will also love and protect Seok-Ryu. Their family listens to their conversation with tears in their eyes. Then Mrs. Hae-seok hugs Seok-Ryu, who has been crying since earlier. She asks Seok-Ryu to take care of her son. Likewise with Mrs. Misak, who hugs Sang-hyo. Because she considers Sang-hyo her son, if Seok-Ryu hits and disturbs him, then she will punish her. And Mrs. Hae-seok also says the same thing to Seok-Ryu. Seeing them, Mr. Bae and Mr. Choi becomes touched. Seok-Ryu invites Sang-hyo to meet. She gives food that she cooked for Sang-hyo. She used to give it to him, but at that time Sang-hyo didn't eat it. He really likes it and eats it with gusto. Seok-Ryu will continue to make it for him unless Sang-hyo gets sick of it. She will always make it for him. Hearing that, Sang-hyo feels very lucky. And that is Seok-Ryu's proposal, because previously Sang-hyo had proposed to her twice, so she wants to match it. Sang-hyo feels that it is the sweetest proposal in the world. He accepts it happily. And Seok-Ryu thanks him for everything. Seok-Ryu's family invited Sang-hyo's family to eat together at their house. The two families seemed to enjoy their food very intimately. With Mr. Choi's attention, he helped his wife to take the food. While Mr. Bae acts indifferent, so his wife gets upset. Seok-Ryu invites Sang-hyo to her room. She feels that her boyfriend is very busy. And Sang-hyo asks her to wait a week. Suddenly Dong-jin comes in and thinks they are doing something indecent. But Seok-Ryu doesn't mind because they have been blessed. And Dong-jin still badmouths Seok-Ryu. To shut Dong-jin up, Sang-hyo gives Dong-jin pocket money. Meanwhile Dan-ho wants to pick up Moim, but instead meets her friend who says that his girlfriend is busy preparing for her departure to the North Pole. Of course Dan-ho is shocked to hear that. Even so, Dan-ho still pretends not to know in front of Moim. Then Moim asks him out because they have never been on a real date. The two then go on a date to an amusement park. On the other hand, the mothers finally find out that Seok-Ryu and Sang-hyo are dating. They can be a match because their parents are friends and become close. Both of their parents share the necessities for the wedding later. But they both don't want to burden each other. And as usual, they are actually tense because of differences of opinion. Seok-Ryu, who knows that Moim will be assigned to the South Pole, gives her a small surprise by bringing some balloons and also cakes. Unfortunately, Moim is still confused about how to tell Dan-ho. Seok-Ryu advises Moim to be sincere to Dan-ho. For big things, she should be honest and frank. Moim visits Dan-ho's house with a gift for him. She bought a t-shirt for her boyfriend because she didn't want Dan-ho to wear a Mudman t-shirt. Not only a t-shirt for Dan-ho, she also bought t-shirts for herself, Yeon-do and her mother. It was a family twin t-shirt. Meanwhile, Dan-ho had also prepared a gift for her. It was warm clothes for Moim to wear, who would be assigned to the South Pole. Moim didn't think that Dan-ho already knew, and she apologized for not telling him. Dan-ho is not a pathetic man who hinders his successful girlfriend. It turns out Yeon-do was there and heard their conversation. She and her father will wait for Moim with patience. Meanwhile, Sang-hyo and Seok-Ryu are dating again. They visit several places they visited when they were both little. When passing by her father's shop, which has now been renovated, Seung-Hyo invites her to come in and look inside. Seok-Ryu is confused whether they are allowed to go in like this. And when she saw the kitchen, Seok-Ryu liked it. Then Seung-Hyo told her to look into the kitchen. And Seok-Ryu was surprised when Seung-Hyo said that it was her kitchen. Apparently, some time ago before Seok-Ryu's father decided to retire, he came to Seung-Hyo and asked to renovate the shop. The shop will be given to Seok-Ryu so that she can open her own restaurant. That's why lately Seung-Hyo has been very busy, because he is working on a renovation project for Seok-Ryu's father's shop. He can't reveal anything because it is a collaboration between two men who love Seok-Ryu. There, Seok-Ryu can make dishes and also provide comfort and healing for others. Seok-Ryu thinks Seung-Hyo is very great at being able to fix her room, her hut and now her restaurant. That night they gathered together. Seok-Ryu thought they would hold Moim's farewell party at a restaurant, but it turned out to be only in front of a convenience store. Moim felt it was unnecessary, because she was worried that her best friend would be sad later. They didn't expect can be close friends, even though they have different professions. Moim asked them to wait a year and they will gather together again. Finally, Moim's departure day arrived. Her mother felt that her daughter should have gotten married, but she chose to go to a cold place. And Yeon-do asked her to always take care of her health. Moim promised that she would make a video call with Yeon-do and also with her mother. The daughter and mother hugged. Her mother was very proud of her daughter. They said goodbye and Dan-ho would take her to the airport. Seok-Ryu's father and mother visited Seok-Ryu's restaurant. Her father was very satisfied with Seung-Hyo's work. And Seok-Ryu thanked her father, and she would try her best. Her mother felt that Seok-Ryu would have difficulty running her own business. So if she needed help, she could call her father who was currently unemployed. And Seok-Ryu would make her father an advisor to the Rainbow Kitchen. She wanted to know how her father developed the menu, managed the business and also handled the risks. And her father agreed to help his beloved daughter. Seung-Hyo was stunned to see Seok-Ryu wearing a wedding dress. He couldn't find words to describe Seok-Ryu's beauty. Even though Seok-Ryu is wearing a dress, she can still strangle Seung-Hyo's neck because he keeps teasing Seok-Ryu. And because of her busy schedule, Seok-Ryu asked Seung-Hyo to postpone their wedding for a year. She has to build a restaurant and also currently Moim is still at the South Pole, so she can't attend the wedding. Because the reason is so clear, Seung-Hyo can't refuse it. Moim does her job well with her team at the South Pole. She is very happy when Yeon-do and Dan-ho make a video call. And what makes her even happier is when she hears Dan-ho will visit her. Because a Dan-ho is assigned by his office to cover news about the South Pole for an article he will make. In her restaurant, Seok-Ryu shares cooking recipes with her customers. She doesn't mind giving away kitchen secrets because the recipes have been shared on her vlog. As long as her customers like delicious and healthy dishes, that's enough for her. Seok-Ryu apologizes for being late to meet Seung-Hyo. Seung-Hyo, who has been waiting for almost an hour, feels ignored by Seok-Ryu. It seems that Seung-Hyo has changed a little because he used to have no problem, but now he is angry. But Seung-Hyo feels that Seok-Ryu is belittling their promise. And finally, he cancels the meeting with their house contractor. Seok-Ryu feels that Seung-Hyo doesn't have to wait for her because she will just agree. Hearing that, Seung-Hyo is a little angry because she seems to be belittling their house. And they both can't hold back their emotions. Realizing that the two of them are fighting, Seung-Hyo then makes a rule. If they will always hold hands when fighting. If it still doesn't subside, then they will call each other with a term of endearment. And even though the two of them are fighting, they must still sleep in the same room and bed. That is the entire storyline of the drama Love Next Door. Thank you for accompanying me to watch this drama. Don't forget to always watch other dramas on this channel.
나는 오늘 이거